as we are once again alive upon the internet. Yeah, let's make sure that we are in all ways with everything, bit rating and titling and such, although I kept the same title as this afternoon because I'm coming in a little hot. Yeah, had to do some quick stuff before the stream. That's why we're kind of starting late, but of course we've already streamed today, so. And yeah, we're gonna make it late likely as well. And yeah, let's jump in first with going to here. Let's also make sure this goes where I expect it to, which is there. Yes. And did I already make? No. We'll make a copy of this one already.
Safe area detected.
We'll do rename 25, 12, what is it? 22, 21. 21. Tipping scales. Build showcase, which we'll start working on as well today. Just slowly going through. Oh, I'll need this later, but I'll call it with a command. But yeah, let's continue. Actually, where in the collection we've done a lot already, and even gone through now, and effectively all of the builds that at least have changes to them have been changed. There's a few builds, but that leaves still a lot of builds that I want to kind of touch. If nothing else, just if they didn't have a grade 30 weapon, we're going to put a grade 30 weapon on them. Slight alteration with all the red build stats, but none of those is. So basically, yeah, we've left the ones that aren't that big of a change. And also, yeah, for some of them, I want to just redo how we have shown the stats, just because some of them are a mess. So we'll clean that up a bit. And then we'll do a little bit of it here, and then we'll jump to likely second account. And I think actually, because yeah, there is decent target loot for Krampus, which would be nice to maybe mess around with. But there's also this. And yeah, this one doesn't come around much. So I would not mind if later on we go and maybe legendary it up on second account, especially there as well. I can still use a few 6 crit chances and 12 crit damages, if nothing else, and those are not uncommon with that. And hated this, and hated Heart Spiller. And I hope everybody's doing well on this Sunday. I'm doing pretty great, actually. In the end as well, yesterday was a pretty relaxed day, so I'm not even like super tired or anything. I'm definitely, again, kind of feeling a cold come up. Although actually this afternoon was worse, but I definitely had like a runny nose and stuff a little bit. But yeah, also at some point I need to get sick this year. I haven't really gotten really sick this year at all yet, which is not usually how it goes. So, yeah, let's go here. I don't actually remember where I left out. Because up to here, we were just going build by build and just being thorough. And then we kind of sped it up just to get some of that stuff done. Just in case it got busy or such, that at least the important parts are done. This has been updated as well. Next one up. We just work our way down. So this is the BTSU variant. That is an overdog IKEA. That is a BTSU. Do 2 cores make enough sense for capacitor? I'm gonna be lazy here and just say yes. Not gonna calculate that.
Consumption of drugs and alcohol on site is forbidden.
I'm pretty sure we did calculate it out whenever we did the like the Cheska thing. I remember specifically checking it back then, but I'm like, that's it. Still, either way though, we'll just yeah. This does need to get an upgrade to grade 30, if nothing else. If we're upgrading it to 30, yeah, let's so 311. Let's see, we have this one still, which is no, just not taking input. 311. Red FI, BTSU, and this will be cap, and this will be Lexi. There we go. Let's just do it then. When I'm trying to be lazy, and my mind doesn't let me. Oh, wait, what happened here? How is this 46? Is this 46?
Physical and verbal violence inside the perimeter will not be tolerated. Violators risk permanent expulsion from the secure area.
What? Is with a coyote. So that's 51, and then with a coyote goes 56 even here. Yeah, 57. Then why isn't, I mean, it's a simple fix, but it's just weird that it's saved this way. Especially when we're presenting it with BTSU. So I should construct ones. So it's not a hard fix, but this just needs to be a chance. Yeah, let's save it like this. There we go. Yeah, so now it's with a capacitor. That's odd. Oh, that's that. Okay. System was making like a rattling noise, but that's that hard disk, external hard disk I've plugged in. It's like super old. Yeah, so now BTSU 52, 135. Like 58 would be better. Let's actually make it 58. But then there's that always the expectation kind of like being together with actually, so this is 25 plus 25. I think we had capacitor here already, yeah. So we can actually take that combo, slap it here. Lexington. T24. Well, so let me get you here a second. So once this system is also brought one tablet back from work, later on maybe gonna fidget with trying to get chat there. I'll have a good way of getting chat onto an Android tablet, but I don't need a dev scene. I need a game land. Oh no. So most of the builds that we'll be touching today won't have any major changes. It's mostly gonna be so yeah, I'm doing this part a little bit differently, which we've already actually done here. That's odd. I think this was one of the ones we did it on to kind of save space. And then yeah, if any weapon is like not grade 30 here, I'm just gonna, if I have a grade 30 version, we're gonna make it grade 30. Just kind of like a, then it's done for like forever. Except of course not. Right, you know. But then it's at least at the cap, like, and also yeah, some cleanup and stuff. Basically, all the builds that have actual changes in them are done now. So every build that has like equalizer coming in, or we're like changing the layout a little bit, has all been touched by now. Beside the leader able to start side missions. Yeah, if they just enter it. Side missions are basically like it's like bounties or something. It's if somebody just enters the zone, it just starts. It just starts, and then hell, I've even had sometimes with randoms. I remember one time just having to leave. Even like somebody joined me randomly, and they just went and on like random match made. And they started doing like we finished the mission, and instead of like I went to a different mission, it was like invasion or something, doing them all in a row. And I went to a different mission, and I saw them like, oh, wait, they're not here. Where are they? They were doing a side mission, so I had to leave basically because otherwise, if they complete it in my world while I'm in that world, it will count. So I was like, nope, I'm out. Although I asked them first to not, hey, don't do that. Come over here, but I don't. Sometimes language is a barrier. Yeah, so this is 58. So yeah, it wouldn't be 58 135, it would be 58 123. And then it will be that one will be 130. Already the 30/30s. And this is the same. And this is the same. This isn't. Oh, wait, so.
Weekly medical checkups are compulsory. Please visit the clinic to book a time slot.
Yeah, so 85.
Expulsion from the secure area.
No, for the capacitor. Oh, actually, no, this is not a full yellow build, so it just gets 15. Wait, why does this go to 130 suddenly? Because there should be 85 plus 15, right? Where's the... Oh, grading and then grading. Yeah, so 85 plus... So yeah, on 100. Yeah. And now for the Lexington, this would be 57 105. Let me catch up here again. Actually, let's see if this, because I already set it up somewhat, but I needed to charge the tablet a little bit. Let's have it actually running. See if it works. I likely need to change the size of it. Oh, that's not bad. Neither day. Yeah, it's like it has happened once in like 6 years. It's not a common thing, but yeah, it can be handy to know. You can actually, if you want to do the side missions, just to have done them and stuff. We used to do this in the past. We would just, in the same way as the bounty, just you go to that character's world, that character leaves. If you do the side missions, then even if you're on a different character, it's still like it doesn't. If the character isn't there for the completion, it doesn't count for that character. So. Anyway, flying. Will searches with Sergio. We will set open world. Yeah, I've been liking the duo. We added the twins, basically, like the high ends. I've been liking the combat medic as well, as a combat medic variant, because I already like this style of build anyway. And Coco makes for a good one as well. Actually, kind of easier as well to maintain good form with when it comes to just stacking and stuff. With the striker one, sometimes it gets hectic and you lose basically all your stacks. But yeah, Coco actually can make. Someone also, I wouldn't mind messing around making an tech tank variant, but yeah, I don't have high hopes. Mostly because that would definitely be a solo build, and then yeah, it would basically means 35 kills before we're there. Which actually with some missions and stuff isn't too hard, but also it's super weak when it doesn't have the stacks. So that's more the it's more not like, because I'm pretty sure like doing missions and stuff, yeah, we can get to the 35 stacks. It's more like how bad is it? How bad does it feel before we're there? Let's see. So, no. Although the overdogs is, yeah, overdogs is overdogs. But yeah, solo memento definitely makes sense. But I like the red overdogs. Things are that, yeah, I feel Coco definitely, like, group helps it a lot. Having just easy ways of extra marks basically makes quite all the difference. First place, yeah. Yep. Yeah, we used to do that actually sometimes. Nowadays as well, they scale to the world setting, so they're not too bad actually. Yeah, I'm just staring at this one. What are we doing? Oh yeah. 41. Wait, a 1.7 reload. Who wins? Okay, so Cap wins is there, but of course then comes Killer, for instance. Maybe we actually make it with a toggle like this, just so we can toggle it in. Times whatever's in this field. Master. Yeah, Killer is about 9% behind, 12% ahead. That's Killer. Measured would be basically on par as well with the capacitor here. Well, that doesn't that mean we got that one out? Because also Lexington feels better than capacitor. No, we don't, because of the sustain and the things. cap is actually pretty good at sustain even with its smaller mag. And also we get DTA here instead of DTH, which honestly I'll take. Because especially on armor, there's places I'm likely to pull this out is gonna have mostly elites and stuff. Like Countdown. Yeah. So capacitor it is. So we had made the right choice already. Let's have a look at it. And then I'm gonna do it with the mechanical animal there. The reason for the mechanical is technically the mechanical can take us all the way to 6 over the a normal future perfect. So although I end up just using mostly the main one. Let's grade up that glove because it's on 5, which is a weird number. Although it's not. It's where we use up green resources. I just played indeed. And hit a veto. I mean, I wouldn't leave my house. Have you seen the spawn rate for these Krampuses? These Krampuslaufs. Second you leave your house, it's gonna be just a Krampuslauf in your face. That's not healthy. Funny would that be if you just leave your house and then suddenly you just out of like the sky you hear just Krampuslauf detected. Yeah, let's do all of these. That one changes too. Let's shift all of these a little bit to the right. That changes. This changes. We're gonna redo the stats just to have them be the same size as everything else now. Because we're resizing them differently. That stays the same. We could and we should redo that. I know that's been resized. Also, I think these two are resized, which is weird. It's usually something I try to avoid. Here, the build doesn't change, but just the grading does and stuff. And some, in the meantime, like grading has changed on the healing cam, for instance, of mine. So. So just indeed, just out of nowhere. Forget RKOs out of nowhere. Krampuslaufs out of nowhere. And then we have some grandpa just going like, back in my day, we used to fight a Krampuslauf going up the hill back to school and then coming down the hill on the way back home. Kids nowadays. Yeah. Well, actually, the grandpas are actually doing that, but then going like, kids nowadays getting their EBs just by opening some crates with a key. It's just like, grandpa, that's how you got it too. Yeah, but that was in a raid. That's different. Which it is, but I found it funny that somebody was just like, yeah, people are just now getting keys and just opening it. It's just like, I mean, I get the point they're trying to make, but that was quite literally also how everybody else mostly got it, unless you got it from a boss drop, but those were rare. Getting it from opening a crate with a key is a weird specificity to have with it. 30-30. Let's get this too. Quick step. I think the whole collection is now quick step. Which also, yeah. Why wouldn't it be? Okay. One thing I could do, I'm going to do that actually. I want to do all the stats. We can take all of that from actually a combat medic here, for instance. So also, I think I'd resize the something else there. Okay. And it helps the cloud duration slightly. Indeed. The Krampus is under the bed. You better watch out. You better be equipped to have a fight. Krampus is coming to town. And there, hey there, Feral. Oh, is equal with True Patriot and Overdogs and the index of the damage on Heroic Mission. That's mostly the True Patriot that will cause that, yes. Yeah, True Patriot is not really a goal is fine enough for from a damage perspective. But it's best used kind of solo is the place for it, and then like it's competing with too many good stuffs. But also I feel like that's always the thing of with people, you kind of with some items people kind of psych themselves into like, oh, this is going to be amazing because it must be, because it's rare and I don't have it yet. So I feel Eagle or Ouroboros fits that bill now as well. Like if you got to play with the Ouroboros back when it was the God King of SMGs, that was quite a different experience than now. Although the thing is actually the like modern SMGs are about as strong as the Ouroboros was. We just went up in damage mostly. It wasn't even, although the Ouroboros did definitely come down in damage, but we also went up in damage quite a bit. Because the amount it came down by wasn't that much. But yeah, talents like Killer and Measured getting so much bigger, especially Killer.
Physical and verbal violence inside the perimeter will not be tolerated. Violators risk permanent expulsion from the secure area.
Let's get all the stats in here. And actually, stat-wise, nothing changed there, but I'm just redoing it so we have a clean basis to resize. I want to do that with everything, but this one was kind of messy. It was obviously done over like 2 or 3 times. Because any of these I would like kind of resize this way then in the future as well. Because I used to always resize these just by hand, which Made it so that, yeah, close enough, but you could definitely tell that was kind of messy. Now we're just doing a percentage resize. I didn't even know that this existed of format options, and then, well, it's behind the game for you guys, but you can scale output and then 85. Now everything's exactly 85. Which makes sense that it exists as an option, but I didn't know. And at the end is kind of in sight as well with the with the build collection updates.
Area immediately.
Finding has really gone down.
It's not the right weapon, and let's just shoot named. Don't need to kill. I don't even need to stack and obliterate. I do need a crit and a non-crit in that order. All right, a bunch of crits and then a bunch of non-crits. And that's, from damage perspective, not as good, of course, as, I mean, given as the Coyote or Tinker variant, but with the group buff and everything, I do like the BTSU for just double overcharging. That's why it's mostly in there. So we can overcharge twice. That one for that. Yeah. So, that wasn't the one. Oh, done. Coyote, Tinkerer, Safeguard. Anything else? Overdogs. Well, actually, let's see. How do we present the other one? As in, there's also 2 of these in the collection. Similar, but not the same. This one's with Coyote. Oh, yeah. Buttersweet. I just do it like this. Don't think Tinker has really a good fit here. Because we tried that quite a bit, but wait, how does this fit but this doesn't as easily? It's fine. Okay. Yeah, so Umbra B30, nah. Okay. Yeah. Let's do it anyway, fully. And it is me. Umbra. We're also gonna present this with overdogs, I think. Is this one set up to go either? Oh yeah, so yeah. So how is this set up? 3 crit chance. Okay. We can land the perfect 60. Yeah, we definitely don't do Coyote anymore. And then Odags. Also 60. Should have checked what the crit was. Yeah, so 2 crit chance mods will land 60 exactly. So this is now 3 crit chance mods, 0 crit damage, 2, 0. This moves away. Let's grab a Lexi. It's not the one I think it is. Okay, who has it? You have it? You don't have it. Must be in character 1 then. Let me go get that real quick. In the meantime, though, we can do that. This goes away, this goes away, this goes away, this goes away. That can stay. It's like in character 1. As your passive, why do you recommend Fox's Prayer on it? Because overall it adds the most. That's the simple answer. From the options available, it adds the most to the build and to the tick. The detox is one of the few things that also goes into, well, not one of the few, but yeah. Our other options would mostly add to rate of fire, or for instance with unit or stuff like that. So detox still makes mostly the most sense. Even with wasting the brand bonus. Yeah. What, do you have other things in your inventory that need to be in the stash? You do actually. Yeah, thief. Anyway, I borrowed some stuff. I can go back. Damage to targets out of cover. And damage to targets out of cover adds, yeah, to the pesty tick and also to the main damage. So effectively, the reason is, yeah, there are other options. Because turmoil can make a little bit sense, but just to get turmoil. But sticking a Cheska there, actually, you lose quite a bit on the tick, and you don't gain enough on the build. For instance, with like a Cheska or a group of piece or stuff like that. Bad. Oh yeah, let me, because yeah, the wiki is, as you say, fucking bad. Actually, wait. Let me see if I get the command correctly. It's this, right? Hey, that's the one guy. I'll put them both chats. That link will take you to the, as we affectionately call it, the Discord spreadsheet, because it's mostly fixed up by people that are on the official Discord a lot. And yeah, this has like that kind of information. So you can, there are tabs at the bottom going through, for instance, gear named plus exotics. Here you could find that, for instance, you go to the knee pads, which is there, and then, you know, we have some Fox's Prayer, and they give some damage to targets out of cover. I know this can be a really handy tool to keep around. I quite often go there myself as well. And then yeah, the brand bonus is actually for rifles damage, but yeah, that stats by itself, that 10% detox is kind of worth a brand bonus and more than just a crit chance or a crit damage, and by enough that it makes up for the loss of both. Yeah, so Lexington. Am I presenting this? Should put a rifle secondary, I feel. I keep recommending Umbra as a rifle build. The thing is, though, rifles just aren't good. Feel bad for saying it, but so nonchalantly, but rifles aren't really in a great spot. Do I even have a 30 rifle? I think I have a Mark. Where? God damn it! Where's that one then? Must be character 2. Where else would rifle be like that? Let's go get that from character 2. Whoopsie. Shouldn't both together. Oh, I'll say, new what do you recommend currently and doing alright, what is it? Whisper as well, so we go for Granddad. No. The other, sticking turmoil there. I can definitely agree with like sticking a turmoil there. Likely as well, once we pass that build, it's gonna have a turmoil in the corner. Like me on this character. Yes, right, but it's because turmoil can help with, although the turmoil has upsides and downsides. Like it's one of those balanced pieces actually, where there's some ups and there's some downs to it. The upside is that you can shoot the same target for longer, so you can get more stacks out of a target. But also, you know, if that target is very dangerous and about to kill you, you can't kill it as fast. But I really do like turmoil with the thingy. But the Fox's Prayer overall is more damage. Kind of the deal there. I need this old guy. What about full auto merciless? If they made that, you mean, or or using it in here like that? The clicking would be too annoying for a merciless in this. Do you have it? No, you don't. Who then has it? So it must be character 4 then. What did I just mislook here? Didn't I have like a 20 Mark 17? I think I did. Anyway, check character 1, so it wasn't there, so it must be 4. Yeah, let's present this with a rifle as a secondary. Umbra is universal with weaponry when it comes to weaponry. So it's up the Lex and then all the pieces are going to oh, just because there's several versions in there. I'm guessing it was maybe the Tinkerer, which is a little bit harder to get. Thing is though that that's why there is one of every piece of version of the Striker in there, with Overdogs, with Tinkerer, and with Coyote nowadays. Oh yeah, rifle. There we go. Nothing else in your inventory? No. Yeah, thief. Sometimes it's a whole mess of, most of the time, most of my weapons that are graded, I keep mostly in the stash, and then when I actually, you know, I'm doing anything worthwhile-ish to actually pull one out, I'll pull one out, but now with the build pictures and stuff, we've been putting it on the characters, and then I keep forgetting to put them back, so they end up scattered around. And yeah, last few days have been bad with it, so, but now everything should be back, because we've been to every character at this point. And yeah, we'll put the Mark 17 as a secondary.
I've got the biggest inventory in DC.
What's the main talent we've gone with? Killer, that works. We're gonna present it as an Overdogs version, put the Tinkerer and the Coyote in the corner. One thing I should do here, Overdogs, and can you get outside of the season pass? Oh yeah, so the overdogs, being last season's exotic, is now currently available fully. So it is in exotic ashes. It can drop from gloves targeted loot, and also the blueprint is available from retaliation. So overall, the best way to kind of go for it, especially if you already have some of the retaliation blueprints, if you played retaliation last season, is doing retaliations, because you can set your target at. You can set it to gloves. You might get it as a drop, and especially if you do hyena retaliations, the blueprint for overdogs is from a hyena completion. So completing an retaliation has a chance of giving you blueprints. There's like 5 or 6 blueprints, but they're not super high drop rate, so you don't get one every time. But if you do enough of them, eventually you'll have all of the blueprints of that. Like, it's also not too hard to get it. And you might get lucky, it'll be the first blueprint, or it might be the last one. But then that way you have kind of like a light at the end of the tunnel, if nothing else, even if it doesn't drop. The thing is, nowadays there's like 5 or 6 gloves. So even when you get an exotic, 5 gloves. So there's the overdogs, and then BTSU, Bloody, Exodus, and Rugged. So, but yeah, if you do enough retaliations, you'll eventually get the blueprint, which will let you craft it, or you might just get it along the way with the targeted being set to gloves. I'll link here actually to the targeted loot guide, because this can be handy as well to kind of have a peek at. I'll especially also copy the exotic one to the YouTube site for people over there, because these ones have already been updated. So this is basically shows what is and isn't available. So the current season ones, but that's then the bittersweet and the beacon, those aren't easily available, but overdogs were the last season. Now you can pretty easily get it. Although, well, pretty easy. Still exotic. The drop rate on them isn't like a lot, but it's better chances than nothing. And yeah, especially for that pesty, you would want the overdogs as well. The overdogs applies to the pesty tick, and yeah, that helps quite a bit. So give me your 3 best build to cover all scenarios. 511 purple build, and the gray covers all scenarios. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, a lot of stuff could fit that. The thing is, if the answer to that would be more like, if I could only keep 3 builds, which 3 would I keep? But that's also then kind of, personal, somewhat. But then, yeah, it would be a red striker, or no, obliterate striker, because I can do everything red. I'd keep an eclipse, because of course I would, and I would keep like Heartbreaker Tech Tank. Like, and that's for all my solo needs. Like, if I'm down to 3 build slots, that's the minimum I would need to kind of have a little bit of everything. But then that's also different for somebody if they do raids, because suddenly then you need a healer, for instance, or a tank. So. But I think it's a striker can kind of cover every red situation almost. That's why it's also as used as much used as it is. Oh yeah, now I remember. It's fine. Let's just do it with the rifle there. And at least we have some rifles somewhere on the clock. It's basically this, and then there is like some headhunters with 1886s, but there aren't many dedicated rifle builds. There's that spotter. There's that VS spotter. Uh, doesn't matter for here, but yeah, I need to actually have 3 crit chance mods. Yeah. But also the thing for me with them would be I would get bored of the game pretty quick. Because part of the game for me is to have, you know, even if I'm running a red, like, yeah, running a tipping skills, which plays different, running a Umbra, which plays different, running Coco, which plays different. That's actually one of the things I love the most about Division. It doesn't have classes. I always kind of dislike that in a lot of other games. I remember really kind of getting sick of it, especially with Diablo 3 was like one of the more recent ones. I remember that kind of was like, man, I just want to try out the other classes and what they can do and their gameplay and stuff, but that means just leveling one of, you know, spending 20 hours or something like leveling up that class just to like have a taste of that class. And it's just like, man, just Division way is so much nicer. There is no classes. Although it's not like Division is the first, but there have been many where character and class are not like linked, if nothing else. Okay. Yeah. So, Stinkerer. I should have a coyote. Just to borrow these two. Yeah, let me catch up here. I need my own world. It would be a healer. I wouldn't have one. That would be the thing. The thing is, like, a healer, because, yeah, a full, if I'm just picking 3, like, at least with those 3 builds, I can do basically everything. And then I'm hoping others aren't restricted to the same 3, basically, and they can be the healer. Because the thing with healers would be like, yeah, some places require a full FI, a full healer, and some places a combat medic is enough. And yeah. Oh, the 4th if a healer. I mean, it kind of depends if I'm raiding or not. Like, if I'm just doing like heroic stuff, the combat medic, unlikely actually that new Coco combat medic. But yeah, FI if it needs to be something that can do raids and stuff, because that other one can. So that one's also a little bit wishy-washy because it kind of has to be. Oh, the answer would be kind of, yeah, FI, just a full healer FI. Because that could deal with, you know, if I have only one job and that job is to heal, then we need it to be actually an FI, so Coyote icon goes away. Let's get the 30. Let's get the stats. Yeah, let's get going. Took way too long with this one, but also was a whole shuffle in finding weapons that were scattered across my characters. This one can be cropped a little better. I can. There we go. A little cleaner. Oh, yeah. Stats first. So refresh. Okay. Oh, there's a backpack already. There we go. And this side even more. That's the last one. Okay. Would have been so nice if they kept it like in the past. It used to be the expertise wasn't in the middle. So you could just cut everything out in one go. There we go. And then just damage numbers in a second, and then this one's also done. And then we have the space. Let's just do it like this. Those can go there. Okay, that looks pretty clean. Damage numbers. Ah. Let's actually go with named. I do need a kill. for killer. Oh, overdogs, of course. Yeah. Killer. Like those numbers are significantly larger than what we used to hit for before, and yes, that's what happens with the overdogs when it's active. And yeah, like that's the reason overdogs comes up as much as it does. It's just too good when it's active, and it's active a lot. Yeah, let me catch you up here actually. Oh, and thank you so much, Leedsley, for subscribing there. As always, much appreciated. And yeah, we'll be sure to waste it on some silly apparel. Although actually the apparel I'm wearing is the free ones, but on some silly apparel in the future. But yeah, I always appreciate the kindness and the patronage. I want to play instead of regulars for personal preference. Depends. Like I like, in general, I like, as I often say, like I like shooty builds better than headhunty builds. Headhunting is just not my playstyle when it comes to it. It is super effective. I'm good enough at it that I also can make it more effective than shooty builds, but I enjoy playing shooty builds. Just builds that just, you just lay down fire and try to just kind of keep it on target and stuff. I like that playstyle a lot better. So that's why I do lean towards those. Yeah, let me catch up here. As I kind of say, in my own world was a great skill build. It depends on, what you define as skill build. Because yeah, some people see it as turret and drone. Reformed, I'm guessing refactor with Glaster and Lexington. Refactor is, for instance, yeah, a turret drone build that can be made to be a pretty good turret drone build, especially if laid out. Well, I mean, first of all, here I'm gonna link to the recommended, because honestly, all of these are in the recommended as well. So that might be the easier place to kind of look. But also, for instance, yeah, if we're talking skill build, as in just has yellow cores, Eclipse, for instance, fits that category. A mortar build can be really strong situationally. An oxy build can, in places, do things that no other build can. But yeah, they're all different things, kind of. But especially, yeah, refactor with a high-end chest and backpack, faster turret drone makes for a pretty good build. But then especially for also in group settings where it's healing others while doing decent damage. And a melon. The orders were in caveman terms. Honestly, so in caveman terms, just shoot, don't care, and it'll overall be pretty good. That's the actual caveman terms. Like, you don't even need the understanding of how it works. On basically, if you're averaging out, especially through missions and stuff, it's just going to add more damage than other things, mostly because it's so big. It's 30%, where other things are, even Tinkerer is a Tinkerer with like Killer plus Streamline is like 15%, maybe. But a little bit more into it is basically, especially this tier 3, this any other enemy, which is where it starts. It basically has bonuses against these guys. Once everything of this tier is dead, it moves up. And then like everything here, it's active against, and if you kill all of those, then it's against the rest. But especially in this tier 3, it's grenadiers, snipers, assaults. What was the fourth common one? Rushers. So 4 archetypes that are like really common, especially when you're doing activities against certain factions, like Outcast and such. You're going to see a lot of those. So more than not, it's going to be active against a lot of that. And then for very specific places, it it helps to think about it a little bit. So for instance, in a lot of cases as well, if there's just one enemy alive, that's also true for this. And that's also why it works so well, is when there's just one enemy alive, it's active. Because it's one enemy, it's going to be active against it. That makes it so that, for instance, if you're doing DOA, if you're familiar with the legendaries, in the DOA legendary, it's going to be active against that boss because it's the last enemy alive. He's not putting out skills or anything as well. So it works out. But then, for instance, the Marauder fight in Roosevelt, there, yeah, you would want to pick something else. One of the things with Overdogs as well is you do want to have a backup. So that's why I also have mine, like you see with a lot of builds, like my Strikers as well. Like my maybe a better option to take. It's set up like this. Of course, 5 pieces. We're not going to run it like that, but it's set up that I can either go in here, put in the Overdogs, and then for places where I'm like, Overdogs, this fight, it's not going to work. And some fights are like that. But you don't need to per se think about that for general play. And then for specific stuff, like if you're going a raid or something, you can ask the raid leader, hey, does it work for this fight? They'll know. But then I have it like this, so I can go also Tinkerer. And the stat-wise, it's set up that I can go either way. Although for a Tinkerer, of course, I would need to swap out the Lexington for something else, but I also have those on the character. That's why other builds are saved with other weapons. So I can put this combo in or something. This one should be killer, actually. I think I recalibrated it for something. What did I recalibrate it in? Yeah, it should be killer. See that now, actually. So I have killer measured basically at the ready with Tinkerer. Or I can even like put Coyote there. Nothing else. So I do want to have a backup plan with Overdogs, but it's also like that's getting close to overthinking it. For a lot of stuff, you just stick it in and it's kind of, it works now. I know where he's, although, well, I'm not even gonna attempt to try to make a name out of that, but anyway. I know it's kind of understandable of it being it doesn't explain itself well, but yeah, it's basically, it's a hierarchy list. Yeah, and so wait, let's go back to here. Wait, I'm done, right? Quick step. Yeah, that stayed this. Oh no, that this didn't say it. Good thing I did a final check. And in most cases, I just take the Tinkerer as my backup plan. It's if I'm not sticking Overdogs in there, Tinkerer. But also, yeah, you could say, yeah, Coyote, Centurion, all of those would work. In this case as well, I could even go 2-piece unit would be an option. No, not for this build, though, actually, not for Umbra, but for Striker, for instance, it could be to take 2-piece unit and not go with an exotic. But yeah, the exotics are pretty strong. What am I? Oh yeah, Overdogs. I need 2 of these. One for here. One for here. Now it's done. Yes. Okay. Nice. On to. Are you 30? You got damage enough. Might present this just with Regulus as well. Although at the very least I should have Regulus numbers there. Regulus. Oh, the Great 30 Tempest is also in there. Still. An Harvest. Also get the shotgun and that rifle. Rifle. Oh, will Eagle Bearer ever be buffed? No. I'm holding a gun to the devs' heads. Just like, if you buff the Eagle Bearer, I'm gonna pop your head off. So, yeah. I don't think they will. Who knows? The thing is, Eagle Bearer isn't bad. Eagle Bearer is not bad at all. It's not the greatest weapon, but it has a unique mechanic, and especially solo, I've definitely enjoyed running around with the Eagle Bearer, if nothing else, trying to just get those kills in, try to get the headshot kills in, and then try to get enough kills to kind of get the 3 kills so you don't take any damage, and then you can kind of face tank. And I feel that's the thing with that. Like, it doesn't, because damage-wise, it's basically on par with Elmo. And I don't think anybody will disagree with, like, Elmo being fine. Like, Elmo is in a fine place. Actually, I always forget, is it ahead or behind, actually? I think it's even ahead, right? Because it has 20 crit damage. Yeah, these need some updating, but pretty sure it's even ahead. Is it? Yeah, Eagle Bearer is ahead. Not by much. Like, it's effectively at 2% gap compared to whatever's at the top of this list, which is, I think, Lexington. Or, well, Chameleon, actually. I don't know, the 100% point will be Lexington with Strain, or Sadist. But yeah, that's a fine enough output. Especially for a unique trait that it has. But it used to be super OP at its initial release. That's ages ago at this point. But yeah. Slash match probably. I'm missing something. I can check. Wouldn't be too surprising. I know. Have you spot any of like discrepancies and such? Point this out because yeah, there is one here. So this is 2 crit chance mods, and then you hit 62. So you should be 52 now if you follow. You should be 52, and yeah, this should be crit chance mods. I made the boo boo. But yeah, if you see any if it doesn't line up, feel free to always point out. Worst case, it's like something it's nothing, but I'd rather have checked as well. Or it's stuff like that because yeah, we changed up the build there to be different because of the thingy going in, but I forgot to change those. That's why I also want to do a pass at the end through all the builds and go like one by one and just double check the mods and stuff, because these things are easy to forget. I'm just like, oh yeah, we changed mods or we went somewhere else. I mean, yeah, that was the mistake in there. I had to crit damage mod still as the thing instead of 2 crit chance. With the Cheska, that landed perfectly 60, but now we're basically, we're wasting 2, but that's still the best output. By going 62, but yeah, that still works out as the optimal choice. Build changes videos. Yeah, that's gonna be up. Once basically that build collection is done, we're definitely gonna do one of those again. Eclipse of 15 for Persona for Blues 5 for Persona. Yeah. Although, well, when I'm talking Eclipse, I'm actually like I was more meaning towards Fire Eclipse, which I'm pretty sure 4 is the foam one, right? But yeah, the rest is kind of yeah. Indeed. Is 3 the Overdogs one? I think it is, right? Yeah. 2.82 is the Overdogs one. Although, well, yeah, with that one, it would be a striker setup and then shifting stuff. Yeah. Yeah. And exactly. Every other build is trash, so but that's fine as well. We're all trash cans anyway. They belong inside of us. Not sure that analogy works, but get inside me build. Yeah. So this we're doing a little bit different. So let's change this up. And that's actually, because for instance, on this one, I'm not going to do the stats. This is clean enough as is. But I do want to, because we have now grade 30 weapons. These stats have changed. And also, yeah, we're separating out the reload to the other side. Because of grading, this has changed. This becomes... Actually, one thing I would want... Wait, how do we have it here? Oh, yeah. I'm hovering over it. So I couldn't see it. So we have that one. And... this one. And... this one. Basically all the pistol headhunters. Okay, they're not having Regulus is fine because I don't have one on that account. Oh no, actually I do have one now. What am I saying? Regulus harvest. Yeah, so let's do the same here. Let's actually copy from there even. We'll take from here. No, we'll take from here. We'll do Regulus and harvest both. Now from this one, we also take this. Drop this down. Yep. There we go. Okay. So yeah, just dump those. Yeah. The rest of this stays the same. Anything else as well? I want that to be at 30. Everything else stays the same, and then damage numbers. Okay, that's cute. Let me catch up here. I know he's well. I don't know if you see any, yeah, if it ever doesn't match up, then yeah, feel free to point it out. Because quite often, yeah, that's that kind of stuff. Or I've like forgotten to like put a different stats block in, or if I was as well, if I mean, yes, yeah, could as well. Yeah, but I couldn't do the healing everywhere. It's kind of the thing. Yeah, we're spitballing like 3 builds if we're kind of going like with 3 builds to cover like that I would have. That's also the thing. Like I picked especially those because I would want those. But yeah, the Eclipse isn't per se needed per anywhere really. But you know, I like my Eclipses. I like my Fire Mages. For instance, yeah, that could maybe be replaced with a refactor that could cover a lot of that as well. For Eclipse. Oh, okay, yeah, nice idea. Yeah, you found the fire clips. And indeed, the refactor can be. The thing is, that's the thing with the game. Like I could expand it as well into like a dozen other builds. Pretty easily. That's 7. Well, if you want, actually, my answer is basically the recommended build list. How many is that? Like 40 or something? How many is actually the recommended build list? We should totally check, actually. Sorry. That's the thing, yeah. If we're actually being honest, like, yeah, you could, with, like, yeah, an Obliterate Striker and a Chest Striker could cover, like, a lot. It wouldn't be the best for a lot of situations, but, yeah. As well, but, yeah. So, imagination. Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, we'll go and play in a little bit. So, let's do this build. Actually, yeah, we'll likely do this build. And yeah, it's already 11, I see. And then we'll go and fire mage it up. On second account, I'm definitely we're gonna go do some priority objectives slightly first to kind of warm up. So wait, what do I need here? Okay, so I need first of all damage numbers. Headhunter numbers, I just do with the chat numbers. So this is Regulus. That's the kill less one. Okay, and now let's get 5 kills in a row. And then we drop Headhunter. And then 1, 2. Oh, goddammit. We drop Headhunter. That was a crit. 1, 2. That should be cap, right? Yeah, that is cap. Okay, so this is... Yep. So that's that one. Now harvest. Also, if you want to see me eclipsing, there's also I'll link to my YouTube here if you're not familiar with it. I have a build showcase and stuff as well there, and even a masterclass into specifically Fire Eclipse. So but also we'll jump in a minute to second account. I want to level up the season quite a bit there. But also today we have some decent Krampus based targeted. Which I wouldn't mind roaming in. But we also have we have DUA with gear mods, so we can do legendary gear mods. Oh, yeah. That was the cap, right? Yeah. Because that's actually on that account as well. I could actually even use a few 6s and 12s and chances and damages. Yeah, let's resize them all together. Okay. So that's the harvest, that's the Regulus. There we go. Everything else stays the same. Yes. And this is now kind of similar to these two as well. Oh, yeah. That's 25. Let's quickly do this one. This one's going to be quick. Although actually, well, I'm not going to... Do I have a grade 30 hand basket? Otherwise, I'm going to keep this 25. Let me just do the side of it. Because I don't want to pay that 41. Unless we already have a... Although the hand basket is also going to go into the hot shot one. We already have that. We have that. Do I have a 30 white death? I do. Maybe we do it then. So how many... I'm not going to show it here. How many exotic components do I have? I really just need this and the Nemesis. And it's 41 each. Because they're already at 25. I got 148. So yeah, we have enough for those. Let me catch up here for a second. Um, so Alma currently. Endangered. It's, being used to a weapon with a larger mag. The thing is, though, that yeah, the Lexington can just out damage it outright, quite consistently. Yeah, that's kind of C also says. Running fire clips with snow machine as opposed to the gloves? No. The reason it's the gloves is, and I still sometimes do that. The one, or well, especially the swap to going foam eclipse, because all the fire eclipses of mine are kind of set up in the same way where they can go foam pretty easily. For that, it's easier if it's the glove, because then, yeah, the mask comes in, although usually it's the BTSU glove going in. But yeah, sometimes you just want the... But then, yeah, they can be like the glove or the BTSU glove. Also, even for fire clips, I used to in the past run fire clips sometimes with BTSU. Wait, why didn't I go all the way to there? But yeah, it's not per se like an... Ooh, because I ran out of field recon. Like a main variant anymore. But yeah, no, Snow Machine is like exact same stat, but it's also it's of course also like nothing. It doesn't actually add anything beyond the visual effect. So. Damage rated for fire starter. It's you want to go with the burn. So the damage is only adds to the initial damage. So the explosion when the fire just ignites, that's damage. That's also why the expertise on that isn't actually that good. The expertise on that on the fire cam is also damage, and that adds to the explosion damage, which isn't that important. And yeah, burn strength adds to the burn fire and the burn duration, which is yeah the go-to for that one. Why is there a... Oh, because we have a ranger. Okay. Oh yeah, we do that so little. I totally forgot that's how we do it. There's like a 20 there, but that's of course from just the range meter thing. That's me. It's not. I mean, yeah, one's the Lexington. Like, actually, that would make them on par. But the thing is, of course, yeah, the Lexington can go up that high as well. There's also nothing wrong with the Elmo. Like, I know some people are vehemently against Elmo, but yeah, it's perfectly fine. I find sometimes the shock actually more annoying. But I think it's also how used you are to it and stuff. Because sometimes the shock puts enemies behind cover, especially elites. And when they get hit, they hunch over. So reds and purples kind of like stand up, but elites hunch over. And that's always the... Wait, why isn't this... Oh, this because we have grabbed it right. Almost did the wrong stat thing there. Yeah, so the only things that change here... Only things, but... And yeah, that's kind of a... This one definitely is like a B tier build, but I still like it a little bit. This is one of those builds that definitely is in here because, like if we're doing sniping, I'd much rather do this kind of sniping than headhunter sniping. But that's also like more of a me problem than a than a headhunter problem. I do want to keep it around. I kind of like it just enough that it survived a few times of me going like, do I want to get rid of this? And every time it's been like, nah, I kind of like it. But yeah, that's been shuffled around between a bunch of characters now. That's definitely not a sign of like a truly great build, because that's usually, they'll be like, oh yeah, no, that deserves a good spot somewhere, but this one's kind of been shuffled around quite a bit now. Why do we have that still there? Because I had the rifle bonus, yeah. Because I was trying to actually make this aces work with like a rifle. But honestly, in the end, yeah. Rifles are just not in a great space. And even then, aces really would need a buff too. I was also one of the people that was like, just make it for rifles and it'll be fine. Turns out, no. Although, well, the thing was also they buffed Umbra and stuff, same patch, which made those a lot better for that. To do. It's gonna go for a lot of focusing to finish a kill. Oh yes, there's definitely a case we made there, but also in a lot of cases you shouldn't need too many reloads, like unless you're shooting Hunter or something, to get to those reloads much. Because a larger mag will feel good, but yeah, it's always a proposition like this in a game where the damage of a bullet is like lethal if we're playing like Arma or something. Yeah. Although there it would have downsides in handling. So, but in a game of like Division, the DPS matters quite a bit as well. And that's not a strong point of the Elmo. It's also not horrible at it as well. Because there are definitely some guns, especially in other categories, that like are horrible. So focus vigilance with aces up and without aces up. And even though we don't have, let's put this to named. Try to catch the number to the side there. So focus full. I always find this looks so weird. Because yeah, we can scope. One thing that a lot of people don't know is you can shoulder swap. You know, the same shoulder swapping you do like with pistols or something, or weapons. But you can also do it in the scope. And it always just looks so weird. Just looks like so much movement for just from one eye to the other. And two max. On the second turn, nice. Oh yeah, you were asking earlier about them, right? So got pretty lucky with it then. Because sometimes it can take a few, like I remember on my main account, especially in PTS, it took me like 6. I had all the other blueprints, so this was going to be the one blueprint that would, like the second it was a blueprint, it was going to be that. But I remember it taking like 6 or something, which was quite annoying. Why is our damage less? What? Was it maybe not fully charged up on the thing? Oh, 20 meters. Ranger. No, that's a crit. Stop critting. Actually, I need a special on that to be there. Oh, that was already fading out. Okay, so this is the aceless. Yeah, a tiny bit more, as it should be. Ah, my focus was not fully stacked there. Yeah, forget. Maybe I'm too close to the edge. Why is this just 12? I do accidental shenanigans with that one. Maybe. You know what? I don't care. It's this. Am I forgetting something? Because this one is more. I was with that thingy there. But why is this one less? You know what? I'm fine with it. Oh, that might have even been. I'm actually not showing the, but I was putting damage numbers there. Yeah, let me catch up actually here as we get in my own world. Nomadic slot mod. I'm guessing that's the other slot mod. Mod, you mean, right? You can either go haste or +1. I quite often go +1. There's definitely also something to be said for haste. Duration and radius are not. Oh, yeah, it's called Panam. Yeah, I forget actually that these slots have names. Because I never think of them in that way, but actually, yeah, that is true. Yeah, it's either +1 ammo or the skill haste. I like starting up with one charge more. I would think well, depends on the talent that's up. I would think though Elmo would still on damage per mag technically be that. But yeah, it's of course, it also depends because the second you have to hit the reload on the Elmo, then the Lexington would have already like way caught up. And then of course the Lexington is just outputting that damage much faster as well. Oh yeah, it's definitely worth investing some time trying to improve. That's always half the fun. Defense for the overdogs left. So the automated defenses, you have to craft those. Yeah, as I said there, and then you can craft other resources into the SHD watches, and then SHD watches into those automated parts. Because automated parts seem to be the Black Disk retaliation resource, and as you may have noticed, there are no Black Disk retaliations, so we can only get them through crafting. I get your Emily. Yeah. Let's go back here for a second. So this is now done. Updated and everything. Not that it like needed a lot, but let's put some of these pistols and stuff back as well. Maybe a little bit of cleanup on it and quick steps on it. This one I've already done, right? Yeah, this one's already done. So yeah, we have, actually, wait, we can, as X0, this isn't going to change. It is going to change. Let's do this one real quick, because this one's like a 3-second one. All it's getting is a grade 30 capacitor and a quick step. Let's see, we don't have damage numbers here. Oh, she's not even getting a quick step. Oh, yeah. Yeah. What do we stick here? This one here. Where's this one in? Refactor. No, actually, let's, yeah. It does keep a TDI, or not a TDI, but a card 45. But yeah, that's a perpetuation card 45. We'll just change that real quick, and then this as well. And the grading on the hive has changed. Not that. Expertise, dummy. And I haven't expertised up the flame turret. Very surprisingly. Still, and yeah, I've said this, I think, like for so long, and I still haven't done it, even though it's pretty easy. I still should try to make a skill damage variant of this, or just change this one into a skill. Oh, also, and this takes a BTSU, of course. Does that change the stats? Here it does. And I'm having the light bug. Like, why is it so gray underneath or behind the thing? But yeah, that's that light bug. Yeah, it's with BTSU. Of course, and not 5 pieces. Like a dumbass. Okay. Because I keep thinking it would make sense with the skill damage because he keeps setting. Although, well, the thing is, diminishing returns needs to go away. The diminishing returns on that was actually the thing, yeah. Because if we didn't have diminishing returns on the fire, then yeah, the continuous fire would make sense with the skill damage. This last wait, what did I? Oh, no. Which one are we keeping? One hybrid. I mean, well, it kind of depends. Like, what are we classifying hybrid? Because technically, you know, tech tanks are hybrids. They're blue-red hybrids. So tech tanks, like either the striker or the heartbreaker. If we're kind of more taking, because yeah, with the third drone hybrids, I would think like, yeah, it's that or the combat medics. With the third drone hybrids, yeah, definitely the new Coco ones, and also combat medic. Coco is really good for that kind of stuff. With which mod? 3 damage plus 40%. Oh no! Oh, are you running it with a reload Mac? That might explain a lot. Because yeah, you would want to run it with the plus 20 Mac. Because yeah, otherwise it will definitely feel pretty bad versus versus an Elmo. But yeah, it really depends, especially nowadays. So I used to be, in the past, it would be just crit chance mods. The crit damage mods were not worth taking. Like, this is a time ago. But nowadays, it depends on the build. So yeah, it on some builds, for instance, on this one, for instance, I'm running it with 3 crit damage mods because it lands better with its crit chance, crit damage then. And we just use those other mods, yeah, with crit chance or crit damage to kind of, yeah, we can either, you know, take crit damage mods and then take crit chance on the gear and then shift crit chance up by 3. Or we take crit chances if that fits better. It's basically what fits best. But yeah, usually crit mods, but also, yeah, the plus 20 mag. So the plus 20 mag minus 10% reload one is... Because yeah, if you're running the 14% reload mag, yeah, then Elmo will feel 1,000 times better. Because yeah, now you're making the mag really small. Yeah. The thing is, it's different for each build, as Doug says as well. That allows, for instance, on builds that don't have built-in crit chance, crit damage, to, for instance, yeah, land 58, which is better. But then also, I can't. For instance, a case to be made for the 3 crit chance mods is that Elmo and Eagle Bearer and Chameleon, all of those now don't fit in here easily. Bighorn does now, though, because yeah, Bighorn has the same 0 crits basically on the weapon. So yeah, there's stuff like that to consider as well. But mostly the crit mods are dependent on like what fits best. So for instance, for some of the Umbras and Negotiator, we take 1 crit chance and 2 crit damage mods, and then you can land on a perfect 60, for instance. So it really depends on the build. No, exactly. Yeah, I've brought that up here and there. Yeah, likely you've heard that before being around for a while. But yeah, it's just one of those things that, like, on the other hand, also, well, yeah, the thing is, like, I've been waiting for like the diminishing returns. We had to either do that before the diminishing returns happened to status effect in PvE, because now, yeah, the idea behind it is that then the fire is getting reapplied the whole time by the turret, but now it would be like, you know, a short fire and then an even shorter fire and then a shorter fire, and then they would be immune for a little bit. That wouldn't work out. Gear, leave it all for some damage. Will be a good compromise. The 20 is overall quite a bit better. That 10% reload in the minus is not a big deal, basically. It's especially if you're running it on Striker. Like side by side, you'll feel the difference, but you'll feel the difference of 5 rounds more, a lot more. But yeah, at the very least, yeah, if you really don't want to take the reload hit, but also what you could do is the other way around, because yeah, taking even the 50 and then taking fast stance, or taking the Tinkerer version. So that might be the thing for you, Vito, if you want to, like, if you like having that faster reload, because I like it too. Go with this. Oh well, not this one, but the AR one. Character 4 has the AR one, right? Yeah. So go with this. Tinkerer, Killer, Fast Dance. Still does a ton of damage, but has a faster reload, and will likely even still be ahead of the Elmo. So that would be an option, for instance, there. But the 20, like the minus 10% reload is not a big hit. Because we're talking like 10% reload on like something that's 2 seconds, so that's going like to 2.2 seconds. Like that's not that much. Because oh yeah, that's also a point. Yeah, as you brought it up yesterday, of like when you're running the crit damage mod, you can't do the scope in. I know there's definitely like cases to be made in that way. Wait, sign off on this one. No, not this one. Where were we? 11. Yeah. Yeah. So this is O&E. It's a Canadian. It's thinker and then so oh yeah, that was a or just run fast hands as well. Although yeah, if you're although actually Lexington with fast hands will be, I mean, ahead on sustain by a lot. Oh, we could maybe as well try getting you. Yeah, I'm still curious what happened there, because it might have been actually, so I was thinking maybe, but your character would have been eligible, right? You had done it already on like below master difficulty. So yeah, not too sure what happened there. It doesn't know it's gonna be. Although lore-wise, I remember distinctly from when they were releasing the thing. Let's sign off on this. This is all fine, right? Yeah. They were talking like the thing with the Elmo was that little box on the side of it. That was the scope, and it was feeding this image like directly to our contact lens. The thing that we see the UI through and stuff. So that was the lore reasoning for why it did have a scope. But then, yeah, then they decided that it shouldn't, the current devs. Although they also decided that the Strega, which has a visual scope on it, shouldn't have it. So it's still a little bit messed up. They should have just kept the scope on it. So Strega, oh yeah, that's exactly. Oh, yeah. Because I've been trying to find that clip and stuff, but yeah, I haven't had much luck. But yeah, they definitely said that. This one I'm kind of fine keeping on 25, even though the skills are now 30. Yeah, let's cheat this one. The only thing I want to do is just, yeah, well, was in the save in the game, I definitely put in a quick step. So we'll put that in the corner. Call it a day. Because with some of these skill builds as well, I'm kind of okay leaving them on 25s and stuff. It's mostly the weapons I care a little bit more about. And this one even has snow machine on it. Because these saw some recent stuff on them. And I did say earlier we're gonna do that one build and then go and play, but I think I'm gonna, yeah, let's finish off character 3 because we're close enough to the end of it anyway. And most of it shouldn't need anything. So yeah, one thing I do want to check though is my turret's output. Especially at full capacitor stacks. And full everything else. 325. Oh yeah, no, we figured it out in the end, right? Yeah. It was my dumb ass taking the overcharged values. Let's do this real quick. Because it would just be damage numbers and this main picture that even stays. Yeah. Let's do it real quick. Especially for the capacitor to be on 30. And then I'll leave actually those that other setup we have done there to be 25 with the hive and the turret, or actually 25 and 12. Especially just the striker damages and stuff. Okay. I'm in the range. Oh. No, not this one. What was the other one? Actually, let me check this one real quick. Okay, no, that one's fine. This one. This one I don't think is fine. Or is it? Let's look at it for a second. Oh no, it's like 0. Actually, let me take a quick bio break. I kind of need it. I feel now. Although let's figure this out before I go. Oh, no, that's incorrect. But we'll fix that up because yeah, we had the range thing in it. Let me take a quick bio break. I'll be right back in a minute. Yeah, needed that. Yeah, let's get back here. I should wash my face a little as well. Get that at. Yeah, let me actually catch up a little. Yeah, I done it. Yep. Mm. Use books. Oh, it's first one. It's going more. Yeah, yeah. They removed a bunch, and they also added a few in that same patch, right? Although I don't remember which ones they added. And so here we had the mistake of being in the range, having the range bonus on. So our haste was very hasty, a little bit too hasty. So there we go. Fix that up. Okay. Back to refactor with capacitor. Okay. Yeah, and then and I mostly just have these at grade 30 going on, and then they don't get graded again anyway, so we're at the end of that road, which I'm also happy about. Because otherwise, yeah, we would be now at like grade 33, even more creep there as well. And also this makes it so that moving forward, it'll be easier and easier for newer people coming in to reach 30. Should I refill that water bottle? But also, yeah, grab a quick energy drink, actually. Let's try to not open it directly into the mic. I've noticed sometimes that I sometimes kind of rewatch parts of the stream and notice how loud that is, actually. Because I can open it directly here because that's just, that's where my hands are. Right. Oh, let's try to unpack. Oh, wait, didn't Bahan get? Or I don't remember, actually. I remember like some weapons getting it and some weapons losing it. And Bahan also lost. Oh, yeah, Bahan lost it as well. What was then that gained it? Or like they fixed it or something. Or maybe I'm thinking of two separate things. They've also added scopes or ability to scope something, but no, dread edict and stuff was a different time than that one. So it wasn't that. So I'm not too sure what it would have been. Oh, for Lexington, over crit chance 24%. And I mean, yeah, definitely fix that up because you can have the same at least crit chance. You just take the same 3 crit chance mods. Then the Lexington has the same 15, and then you lose a little bit of crit damage, but then you gain, a damage talent. But then it's starting to make a little bit more sense why why you weren't enjoying your time with it. Yeah. But keep in mind that, now you can have killer, and now you can have 181 crit damage when you get a kill. That's the the other end of that equation. And you also have like 3%-ish higher just on the base of it. There's also the Elmo is based on the M4 in the same way. Yeah, let's shoot shit. Charge up the capacitor. Let's get the capacitor numbers actually, which is just this one. Why am I shooting as if I have to charge obliterate or something? Just literally any shots will be the right shots. And a tiny gain there, but yeah, we have the great 30 numbers now. Also crit on top. What was I thinking there? Putting crit on bottom, or yeah, crit on bottom. Yeah, let's get the third drone as well. Not that the 30. This one we do need the capacitor charged up. And we need combined arms going, so. $325. Thank you for your service, Mr. Turret. Drone time. No, where are you going, drone? This guy. Shoot this guy. Wait, why did it rise? Oh, kinetic. I did wait long enough with the turret, right? Let's wait for kinetic to charge all the way up. What number do I have here? 325. 325, 75. Yes. That matches. Ooh. It's Chinesish. Although that was just from the fizz of this thing. Okay, so that's the damage numbers of that. We'll keep these one on 25 and 12. I'm fine with that. Capacitor at 30. Everything else stayed the same. Yeah, I'm good on that one. All right, yeah, let me catch up fully. Wanted to sneeze, but that fixed itself. Question for chat. Is there SMG that can keep up DPS-wise with St. Elmo's and doesn't need Striker? I mean, the thing is, Striker elevates. The thing is, you can just take a SMG on a Striker build. A lot of the SMGs are actually more damage than ARs in general. But of course, they have much more limited range. So, honestly, best is maybe if I'm going to pull up the recommended list. In that second one, in the recommended weapons and talents, basically most of the SMGs in there can perform well. The SMG section there, effectively. Or if you mean specifically as SMG build that isn't Striker. For instance, on this Fury, damage-wise isn't per se up there with Striker, but especially solo has so much other benefits that work pretty well. Lexington, you need a stack broker to build stacks, and someone need a secondary stack. Normal with this Lexington in situations, yes, especially going to 200 stacks, but also just for instance, if the situation allows for it, if you can get close enough to the enemy and stuff, if you pull out the ACS and there's you know, you see me do this with a Heartbreaker tech tank especially, but on Striker and stuff, it would be just as good of an idea. Is just to pull out the ACS, unload it, get whatever stacks you can get out of that, and you stack up so fast with that, and then you swap to the Lexington, and now you're at instead of just building up the damage, you jump up in the damage. Also, the ACS can do a lot of damage as long as you're not, especially from a sustained DPS even, and as long as you're not reloading it, because the reload is super long. But if you just unload it, you just go up in stacks real quick, and then you jump on over to the Lexington and do like either the last bit or you're already at max stacks. And also, you know, the old adage of like swapping to your pistol is faster than reloading kind of thing. Yeah, swapping off of that empty ACS onto the Lexington is... Thing is though that, yeah, you would have to do that then. Otherwise, it's not per se. You have other options as well that you can put there. But honestly, there's definitely a thing to be said, for instance, sticking a Scorpio there just for CCing. Or sticking... you know, an Iron Lung there even for CC. Basically a lot of stuff for CC. Or a blue screen for CC. For crowd controlling. The thing is though, the classic is just to have something there for stacking. There are, if the situation allows, because that's the thing, right? If you're just, you know, starting a fight and the enemy is like at the other side of the room, yeah. Other side of like, you know, the entirety of Tidal Basin. Not really. But especially, for instance, think of like Lincoln or something where quite often they're pretty close by. You can start with that stack broker and even with 100 stacks, get up there real quick. And also an ACS with Brazen can output even a lot more damage than, you know, even a Lexington with Killer triggered. For big damage per magazine. The thing is, not many of the good ones are bigger magazines. In the SMG category, it's much more. It's much more. Or wait, it's much more. Yeah, it's a lot of smaller mags, faster RPMs, and a lot of reloading, but quick reloading. Which all of this, well, not all of the SMGs, but a lot of the SMGs are really quick in the reload. But there is something to be said. So the PP kind of reaches that point. That's kind of one of the highers in the sustain and DPS kind of sense. That kind of makes a little bit of sense. But a lot of the slower firing SMGs are just a little too painful on the burst DPS end, even though they do decent on the sustain end. Hey, welcome, Canadian guy. Yeah. There's also a lot of times also you don't. That's also why, for instance, you see people for Toasty as an example. He runs a unwavering SMG as a secondary. A lot. In my case as well, I quite often just grab an LMG there as a secondary, especially when, you know, like ammo is a concern or something. But yeah, just out of habit, we'll put a lot of just ACSs as the secondaries. As actually well, this there as well. Liking that. Yeah, SMG with unwavering, you can swap to it as a panic button. And just, yeah, have a really good backup. The PP. Yeah. Interestingly, from the SMGs that like the slower firing SMGs, like the PP and actually the M1928, both of those are okay-ish. The rest, yeah, gives up way too much on the burst end. Yeah, sorry, way earlier I missed that there, Mick. A while ago, sorry. Best combination for concentrated company. I mean, best is, you know, it depends what you're doing with it. Overall, For a general build, I would say just, yeah, like this. Equalizer plus overdogs. You can also go sacrifice if you're okay with sacrifice. Red, but then this is very much set up to be ran in a group setting. So this wouldn't be a solo style. You could get a stack extra from a drone or something, but this would be just your stacking, especially due to having allies there and them helping out with the stacking. And then one good thing that works out here is Pestilence. You don't want it as your main weapon per se. You want to use something else to get up in the stacks, but once you have like 25 stacks at least, moving to the Pestilence makes a lot of sense. The Pestilence works out pretty well there. But you need to be already a little bit stacked up. So here I use the Lexington to get up in the stacks, and then the Pestilence once I'm stacked. Is the idea. But you can do other things with it as well. You can make drone hybrids and combat medics. If you're not familiar with the build collection, which is this folder that I'm in, I'll link to it there. But yeah, if you search for Coco in here, you can do Control F. So COCO. Those are, so I put also a drone hybrid and a combat medic in here. There is something to be said for if you don't want to go overdogs. Yeah, you can take the backpack to be high end. That works out okay as well. But a lot of the exotics are worth a lot. So I would say most of the time you would take the backpack just so it allows either Tinkerer or overdogs. That's all right. Yeah, that one late. We're playing Harvest Thunder with overdogs and see build collection. I don't have any. Oh wait, Harvest with overdogs. No, so I don't have anything with overdogs with Headhunter. I consider that interaction because yeah, it does do a lot of damage, but I don't consider that interaction intended. In the same way that Shroud's interaction is still broken because it's double dipping into going into Headhunter, and it's also it's like applying as well to the cap of Headhunter, which is in the same way as Shroud. And I don't consider that kosher, basically. Because though, especially in the high end, you can kind of just stick it in there. On this Fury pistol builds, you basically, yeah, it forces the backpack at that point, and that's, you lose about as much as you gain from the overdogs. But yeah, in the high end, you can stick to overdogs, but I'm not going to put that on the build picture or such. I consider it basically broken for the time being. It's kind of like thermal double dipping and stuff. And at some point, you might have seen me, but like recently, not really. I do remember doing some testing with it at some point. And yeah, that's very, like, extremely powerful, but also a little broken. I'm actually of the other mind with the ACOG. The thing is the second you kind of put optimal range on SMG, I would just move it up to an AR. And then, you know, if we need it on the AR, I'll move it up to an LMG. And then if we need it on the LMG, we'll move it up onto a rifle. Because the range that it gains you, you know, even if it is one of the ones that's 16 meters, you gain 8. You go to 24 instead. Like all the ARs would be that. The SMGs would still be ahead, but also the SMGs then, you know, they don't have the effective range to reach out that far consistently because they just are a little bit more scattershotty. And then you need to also like you would need an accuracy mod on it as well. And now you're in the territory of like losing 6%. And now SMGs aren't that far ahead of ARs anymore. Good. Is bugged. Yeah. So in in that menu, you can still select it. Let me show you how. So when you have targeted leads like this, yeah, you can't scroll if you're using a mouse and stuff because that's, you know, broken. But you can go just with, you know, key presses. Cocoa is basically where this row ends. You just go one more down. It disappears, but you see in the upper right it says Cocoa. Cocoa is basically it's down there. Right, so it's just off the screen, but you can still select it, but you have to just do if you're on PC, just WSD on controller, just stick down until it's at the bottom. So if you just keep going to the bottom, even if you're on the right, even it'll go there. So it's hidden just off screen. But yeah, that's an annoying bug. I think whoever made that menu likely was set up to be before how many rows we have now. It was set up for that. So now that they've added enough items to it, it has just gone over and it's all messy. Yeah, let's quickly check. So we did that one. No, not that one. We did this one. This one's done. This one's done. So just OD. Yeah, you know what? Even though, although actually no, OD. Yeah, so we just need to, because this is already grade 30. We just need to fix this up. And that. Yeah, nice. Yay. It's basically just getting quick step. Still with a grade 30 weapon now. Stats a little bit differently. This one's already, the build picture has already been made with a grade 30 weapon. So what did I have as my secondary here? MG5. You know what? Let's put graded MG5 there as well because I am a cool kid, like the cool kids do. Sadist. And there. Build this recalibration list. Could stand to just show like 10 or so talents because it shows only 4. So when you're scrolling to try to find a specific one, it's just super annoying. Let me catch up here. Is a specialty level increase always exponential? Is there a level where it's not worth it armor wise? On the gear, you mean, specifically for armor? The thing is, like, the gear is just so expensive that it's in general not per se worth it. It only is one of those things of like, I've upgraded everything else and I might as well. It's one of those like, what else am I going to spend it on? Outside of that, especially the, this is correct, right? 6140, 6141, yeah. Right, yeah. It's just the return on that is not great in comparison to like putting it on weapons and stuff. But it doesn't actually also go exponential because it's kind of weird in how it's set up. It's basically goes like 12 or going to 13 is 1, going to 14 is 1 still, and then going to 15 is 2, going to 16 is 2, so it goes 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 4, 4, 5, 5, 6, 6, all the way to 9, 9 for 29 and 30. Or is it 8, 8? I don't remember. this does change actually. Well, the weapon stats didn't change. I'm just presenting them slightly differently. We have the reload time split out. Now these. Okay, and I have this as far right as we can get it. This attaches to it. Okay. Tinkerer, that stays the same. You want to do it stats because yeah, they're tiny. Although, wait, can I? Because yeah, no, that doesn't work. Yeah, it looks at least better. Yeah, I want to redo all the stats. At least want them to kind of be in the same ballpark as the other ones. And we're definitely starting to get into corner cutting mode with the build collection, which is like, although the big upgrades have been done already, so those are out of the way. So that's what I'm also a little bit more okay with. Just trying to get her done. If we can save some time on some stuff. Oh yeah, so we have that, and yeah, now all of this can move up a little bit, which is nice. Let's quickly look how we have this one, just so this one looks similar to it. Because these two are brothers. Yeah. No, it is available. It's just yeah, it's a UI kind of bugginess. Hope they fix it, but yeah. Spread the word. What exotic head? On this build, this is the Tinkerer. This is from at this point 2 seasons ago, the climax mission, the exotic from that. The manager in Potomac. Still gettable. Your first clear of master will guarantee it, but that's not the easiest thing. You can also farm it on heroic and such for a drop chance. So, oh yeah, let me get you here. If you're choosing that, does the cold relation become an option? Not really. Strained really needs like 100 rounds plus to be competitive enough. I do know it of the. It is actually so in the SMG charts as well. That's why kind of. Thing is, it would be like from a averaged out perspective, it would be competitive against measured, but the way that strained works, and when you stop shooting, it very quickly loses it. Measured doesn't. So while it's like a tiny bit out of measured, I remember if I remember right on the case of the cold relation, but it's also it's in the SMG DPS tables. Just for quickness sake, I'm not gonna go there now, but get shot, and I'll get shot. There's actually different survivability against elites. No, not much. The thing to remember is like that's basically, so it depends what you're getting shot by, but from an AR, it's likely quite literally 2 shots, maybe difference. Going from 20 to 30. But then the thing is going from, from 0 to 30, that's like 6 shots difference. But that's an AR shooting at you, and that can just tear through you in seconds, of course. So the thing is, it makes a difference a little bit, especially against chip damage and stuff, to go from, especially from 0 to 30. Because you can just stand, when the SMG guy is kind of shooting at you and you're just, you're not on glass or something and you're just taking those hits, it'll just take longer to get to that health gate, because the health gate is, of course, like the important mechanic there. Which tweaking? Yeah, so yeah, you can get it from the. I show it in the game. Wait, let me sign up on this one. This is for the rest all good, right? Yeah, sports mode. Oh wait, this is the wicked one. Yeah, so just to kind of have uniformity, we'll put this up there as well, so those kind of look the same. Because there's the wicked version and the vigilance version, quite different, as you can tell. Let's actually take this and put that here, even though with the Tinker we don't want to use that second weapon at all, really. But let's put the stats there anyway. And for the rest of it, yeah, this looks fine. I'm just gonna move this up a little bit as well. And this can move up even more. And I think we have the sides on the both of them be the same, right? Yeah. Coyote, Catalyst, Iron Lung, Scorpio. All options. And I'm gonna, with that one, I generally have a rule for the build collection, no exact duplicates. So we have basically one survivalist with vindictive second weapon and wicked. That's really the only differences between the two. And this one's then vigilance instead. Which quite the difference, but yeah, it's enough of a difference. There's only like, especially now with the Tinkerer, it's really good for OD, so you really want to do OD with that. So it doesn't really leave much options. Yeah, so let's sign up on that. With that, we're done with character 3. So that just leaves 2 and 1. And already from 2 and 1, I've already done a bunch of the builds. But yeah, enough build collectioning. Let's actually quickly swap accounts. Let me actually quickly first get some of this away. All the borrowed stuff. I guess I put the cluster away already. Okay, so yeah, let's swap accounts real quick. We'll go to second account because I want to play there. Anyway, we're only 2.5 hours in, and now we start playing. Whose idea was it to have a build collection? Oh yeah, mine. But I like the build collection, and nowadays as well. It's helping out a lot of people, so I'm happy to curate and maintain. Be okay for OD. The thing is, there it's one of the few places where definitely the Tinkerer has a really good spot. You could go Overdogs, but yeah, it's one of the few places that can where the Tinkerer can actually compete with, because you can take Sadist, and there are so many good talents as secondaries because of the you can go Vindictive for group setting stuff. You can go Frenzy, and especially Frenzy is from a damage perspective. Like, that's not the right email. I almost logged back into main account. As I'm quickly swapping accounts, I want to play on second account. Mostly because, yeah, the double season is still there. And I'm not done with the season on second account, so I would be interested in that. But also I would be interested in some mods. So maybe we go and try our hand at some legendary DUA. I don't know if anybody's interested in joining me for that. Mostly as well, we can just have I think the modifier on would likely be easier than modifier off. We can see how well, because actually, yeah, that would also be the first times I'm doing legendaries with modifiers, actually. Or this season's modifier. What happened? There was just some random baby in your apartment, in your house. Just and let's load that up. And yeah, happy to hear it helping out. I mean, that's what it's for as well. Helps me out as well, actually. So that's the origination of the build collection, was just me trying to keep track of some builds, not all the builds.
Priority objective available, agent.
Like we had there, but and then it grew and it grew and it grew and it grew. 700 was capital, right? So this is capital with 20%. Yeah, let's take that as well for later. Well, actually, I needed to do capital anyway for the thingy, right? Maybe I go and use capital to warm up because I haven't played at all yet. Oh no, well, earlier today we played. Yeah, let's go bang out a capital. Kind of use it as a warm up. You know what? We're talking about OD. Let's run OD. Oh yeah, let's run the Vindictive. I think actually this one's set up to be Vindictive as well. Or actually, yeah, so we have crit chance there. Oh yeah, it's set up to be with Vindictive. Because we're taking more crit damage mods than we would need to, and then bringing Vindictive into the mix. But yeah, let's go to capital actually to kind of warm up, and then we'll go and do a QA. I don't know if anybody's interested in that. Let me know. Can't set mission settings. Actually, well, maybe I'll matchmake here, and we might go with Fire Mage instead of Bleed Mage.
Control point identified.
Oh yeah, let's actually just matchmake for this, unless somebody's up for it.
Another agent is
Oh,
now in your group.
nice. Oh yeah, I will go Fire Mage actually. I don't know if anybody else wants to join for capital. It's no, otherwise we'll get going and then we'll matchmake in a sec. Untoggle the invasion? Yes. Nowadays you can. In the past, you would need to clear it first before you could toggle to and from, but they changed that like ages ago, where you can... let's actually keep directives out. Just
Taking the capital
we'll have 5 times XP in a few days.
The priority is to get back the briefcase President
Now adding 25% to this doesn't make too much
to
sense.
extract it as soon as you secure it. What else is true?
Yeah.
A lot
The thing is, though, that doesn't clear the invasion from the zone here. So, like, this stays red, and there'll be black desk there and stuff.
But it looks like the smoke's working. The autocannon seems to be firing.
But yeah, you can just do the normal version of the mission.
Agent has joined your group.
And let's wait for this to load on up into you. And then you have present parties also interested. After we'll go do maybe even multiple legendary DUAs. I'm try to get some mods out of it. Anyway, so one of the things with Eclipse is it's a completely different beast in the hands of somebody who knows where all the spawns and stuff are. Although that's not hard to learn because a lot of people know that.
Converging on your position.
That's what I'm gonna say. Know those kind of things, but especially on somebody who kind of can make it a spawn camping build, basically.
Agent, hostiles are retaliating in downtown West.
Not my downtown west.
Looks clear.
All right, push forward.
And again, if anybody wants to join us, let us know. Otherwise, we'll matchmake for that 4th. Feel free to. I mean, anywhere is fine. I was just finding a spot to go in. That's gonna happen.
Headed to you.
But it's also not too hard to learn the spawns. Because, yeah, for instance, here I'm basically not going to play it reactively. Because when you're playing it reactively,
Then it's time to get in there and finish this.
you know, it is a little bit harder. But also then I would usually pick other skills. For instance, a blinder firefly works really well in the open world and stuff. Or for a mission like this, it's a little bit wasted. Up we go, and I'm just gonna outer run. And when we get disoriented, it just does nothing.
Hostile radio intercepted.
Well, at least not for the
Sir, proximity charges
Not for the
detonated in
running.
the rotunda.
They're inside. Move to intercept.
Electronic signature detected.
It's the RFID code we're looking for.
there's a little bit of a gap where you're not disrupted. That worked out there. To
Once you acquire the briefcase, head to the roof of the rotunda and wait for the helicopter.
be exactly the
That
moment when
mortar
I
key is
was.
still up there.
Understood. They'll need to be cleared before the helo can approach.
For instance, here it'll be a little bit reactionary, but even then, we don't have fog of war, so I see where they're spawning. But also, my first fire is still burning.
Too close!
Let's matchmake for
General,
4th.
the division most likely has the briefcase.
Where's this one confuses me? So for a large part, one of the things with it is the damage increase on it is so large that it really doesn't matter how it works, because mostly it will work quite well. The way to kind of see it is it's working, so either basically the lowest available tier is going to be active. So it has those 3 tiers, and then tier 3 is the lowest. That will be active. If nothing of tier 3 exists, then tier 2 will be active. If nothing of tier 2 exists, then tier 1 will be available. The thing is with tier 3, it's not very clear because it's basically any other enemy. But any other enemy is especially in that case. Yeah, let's push up here. But then let's run up before we do any shooting. Let's run up all the way. I'm going to send a fire grenade up as well. But you guys can run through my fire. I'll put it on the right side door, basically, of fire. Oh, that went not where I wanted it, per se. Fire's coming. I don't think I've ever bounced it in that way. Actually, our NPC dealt with the people downstairs.
Another agent is now in your group.
And this is the strength of Eclipse. It also opens up just avenues of easiness for... Because in my mind, at least on Heroic, like unless you're actually speedrunning, because yeah, if you're speedrunning, you know, there's precise strats. But on Heroic, like 4 strikers, it depends also on the modifier and stuff. For instance, last season, yeah, 4 strikers. But like 3 strikers and Eclipse to me is going to be a better group composition than 4 strikers. Because yeah, the Eclipse can open up the openings that the strikers need, and just they can just do their damage. You don't have to like hide away and stuff. So for those for the overdogs, yes. Coyote. So Coyote still in a group setting, especially if you're kind of coordinating. Having a Coyote in there is very like that's very valuable, especially like countdown or such 8-man content, especially. Even on 4-man, it's worth it for that one person to give up a little bit of the damage. And then Overdogs is a lot more overall. It'll work out to be in general play. So thing is though, it kind of depends. So for instance, for Black Dusk and such, because they have Warhounds and mini tanks and such, it'll be a little bit less valuable. But if you're just doing, for instance here, True Sons, it's Overdogs is just gonna be a lot. I need a rep. I need to doing good. And I hope everybody's enjoying their Sunday so far. Although, well, actually, we're already in Monday.
Copy that. Those anti-air defenses have to go.
But yeah, nice and relaxed day for me.
Missile came from the east side of the building.
And I'm not even
Radar trailers on
too
the east
broken
front.
about yesterday or, well, too, like, broken by yesterday. 'Cause, yeah, sometimes it's a long shift, but yesterday was actually pretty relaxed, and definitely still feel it as I'm turning into old Git, but because it was still like 9 hours of standing, which I definitely feel.
Okay, I have eyes on you. You're coming up on those radar trailers.
You guys up for
Fuck out and let's get this shit
cheesing
done.
it if someone's willing to sit in the circle? Because maybe our buddy does it even. That didn't land right, but that's fine. But then, yeah, we clear this out, and then if one of us pushes the button,
Good kill.
I'll set up to burn them. Because for those that have never seen it, just I want to kind of show it as well for the stream. But yeah, whenever you're ready. I think the smoky guy actually knows as well. And yeah, you can just do that effectively against these guys. Oh, this asshole is kind of blocking my shot now. But yeah, you can send fire cams into there. My hive is just outside of it as well, so it's getting some of that. There'll be some likely a heavy or such escaping here and there, but that's gonna be about it. And even more so, you can do this with the Oxy. I don't have an Oxy here, but you would need basically a fire eclipse and Oxy, unless there's like it's HD exposed or something. Oh, that depends as well. You can get away with a lot, but yeah, there's a hole here. There's actually also because if you want this, if you set up here, there's actually a hole where you can shoot through as well. That's what I thought this guy is doing, but I'm not sure if he's doing that. But yeah, basically the spot he is in. Because yeah, if you take low cover, like he's doing there, you can take low cover here and you can shoot into it. I'm not sure he's doing that. Otherwise, yeah. Otherwise on the other side might be better, but... but yeah, we killed everything already from the first wave. That's why we're just waiting here now. And then, yeah. The downside of this is, so this is, you know, a cheese. But yeah, for instance, Tiny just has to sit in the circle, so it's not very enjoyable for him. But I just wanted to show it here. So, because normally as well, we have a random here. I wouldn't recommend us doing this with randoms. I've been mad at people sometimes with randoms and stuff as well. But we have one random here, so it's good. Anyway.
Confirming one trailer out of action.
Okay, knock out the other one.
The rest of us are consenting adults.
Another launch.
Indeed, thank you. Thank you for the sacrifice. Maybe we'll get a gift in here. Although, well, it's LZ. This can also be actually good for... this can also actually be good for... my cam just go weird. Actually, expertise farming, technically. Because you can also do that first wave, and then the squad wipes. And especially if you have, for instance, two, like an eclipse and two... or you can take this to the extreme. You can have an eclipse, even a foam eclipse, actually. And keeping them in place, two oxys, and you can even have the person standing in a circle be a FI. So they provide the FI buff. And then you can kill the first wave really quick, wipe. You're getting a ton of kills, and that of course translates into a lot of expertise.
Taking evasive action.
Or proficiency levels, I mean. So. And yeah. Now it's just wait for the bar again. Yeah. No worries. Also, yeah, that's like pushing it to extremes. So we're gonna have one more wave here, especially focused down the boss. There might be a heavy in this like last thing, but yeah, the boss, especially if he dies. But there's gonna be only two waves really to deal with downstairs, basically. So I'll fire cam them and send something for the boss upstairs. Indeed, Monday gang it is. Out in grooves is what I gotta... yeah. In general, play Overdogs.
No further contacts. Area secure.
The only downside and the only like kind of the caveat with Overdogs is there are some fights where it doesn't work out, especially some of the raid fights, some of the incursion fights. So you need a plan B as well.
Stand by to attach the briefcase.
And that plan B can be Tinkerer especially, or just Coyote. But again, like that's why a lot of my builds are saved with 5 pieces, so they can just either the Overdog goes in or the Tinkerer.
We have the briefcase. Taking fire. We're out of here. We've got a whole bunch of hostiles headed to you.
There is one heavy in there. Let's make that a sledge for that guy. Okay, a free tardigrade.
briefcase
this can
is
also be
secure.
decent for
Just has
loot.
lots of
Nowadays, though, we
strongholds.
have like
In General
countdown
Ridgeway
and
has been
stuff. But
neutralized.
this can actually still be
All the
really good
toys
for
on my
loot.
map I've been waiting to
Something
knock
over there.
over. That
Because you can do
fucking
this
one.
for like a half hour.
A lot of
Loot
good
stays on the
people
ground for
find
a
what
half
they did
hour.
because
So you
they
did like, well, 25
Some
minutes or
people were
something.
inside.
Get a
Set
bunch
up
of
flare
kills.
from the front steps to
This was
signal
like
the
one of the
all clear.
original like
Come on
loot
home.
farms
Let's celebrate.
in year one. It was kind of popular back then, actually. It's kind of forgotten nowadays. Is it better for solo heroic content and strikers? It can be. The thing is, though, that Negotiator, while it can output a lot of good damage, it still always has that constraint of like it needs multiple enemies and you need to do its thing. Like Striker just is the big ease of Striker is just, yeah, it goes brr. Right? You just shoot enemies and it's fine. That's the thing that it needs.
An agent has left your group.
But Negotiator can definitely a backpack, so an Obliterate with Tinkerer or Obliterate Overdogs versus an equivalent, especially Obliterate Striker, can actually exceed it by a lot. The thing is, though, yeah, you need to do the thing, and you need to have enemies enough to do the thing. Like just for a mission like this, it wouldn't work out. Let's go clean it, but yeah, for Legendary, for instance, a little bit more. Because you have chunky enemies. What does it get him? Oh yeah, that's definitely well worth putting together. You might know that, yeah, I'm quite proficient with it. Not to say that, like, you know, not to pat myself on the back, but that's not how it will
Can't
look,
let that happen.
you know, the first hour that you play it.
Nice to see you, Agent.
But it's definitely a skill that you can build up over time, and I like it a lot.
Priority objective
Very
available.
much. I mean, I have quite often said I'm an Eclipse main. Nowadays, a little less so. Hey, wait, did I even priority objective as well on top of it? Nice. Yeah, if anybody's interested in joining us for, I'm guessing Tiny in this, you guys are for Legendary, right? If anybody else wants to join us for a Legendary DUA,
Good to be seeing you.
and that's because it's gear mods.
Another agent has joined your group.
Take that as a yes. So constantly joining. Oh, it might still be handy just for consistency's sake. We could just do it with all reds. That definitely works for that. Let me go Foam Eclipse. And that will likely be a much more consistent outcome. I have the pieces here, so just need to. As I always have. This is also the reason, like, why it is a glove in my case. So I can go this, or I can go that other glove. And then this becomes a foam. This one charge is fine. This becomes... No. That's healing. Although as well, unless somebody else wants to foam it up. I know, let's actually go over there. Likely we'll get a Krampus. Although we'll likely aggro the rest of it too, but it's fine. But yeah, let's go over there. We'll walk a little bit to the west and just get a Krampus. Krampus Lauf. As well in the middle. Yeah, let me get your folio. Yeah. And yeah, so for instance, Foam Eclipse is actually really good for this, for legendaries. Why isn't this transmogged correctly? Because all my careers are always the same transmog. Wait, where is it even? They're always the same transmog. I have no idea what that one wasn't. You guys are ready? Yeah, I'll just stay this actually, and but they're gonna. Let's watch out for the heavy when it comes in. Oh, that convoy. Oh, everybody. Yeah, we made a little bit of a miss. Now let's just take them. Might as well. We're here, they're here. Now you got a key there.
Agent down. Incoming hostiles detected.
That's a convoy.
Right on target. Take him from the side.
Hostage health is critical.
Still these.
Hostage health is critical.
Stay away.
There's, oh, got him. Yep. I thought the convoy is gonna spawn right next to us there.
Hostage is dead.
See anything?
Fire at that guy!
We'll hurt them like they hurt us.
I'm ready.
I hit that you, son.
So we can save this guy, but I don't think we can. So
Hostage is dead. All hostages are deceased.
but it also means we don't get a second wave there. But that's fine. Let's go back for the mission. All right, is that different convoy? That's a different convoy, or is it? No, that's this convoy. That guy ran away far.
Burn it now.
But yeah, let's just go back to that. Let's go mission it then. Doesn't need it. I know the go-to for actually legendary is Home Eclipse. We're not gonna do it with 5 directives. We are not insane. But yeah, if everybody's ready,
You've got your
let's just get
objective.
going.
Don't let anything stand in your way.
And yeah, do try to spread the foams when you see them. Especially kill the mini warhounds here real quick in a second.
Tango!
An agent needs assistance.
And we tried that we don't have health gates starting out. There goes one. And then push into the healing as well, if you can. Because if you're in the healing, that's gonna
Immediate medical
heal you up.
assistance needed.
I know, be sure to finish that guy off.
Need to get closer.
And the thing especially with foam is it just buys everybody a few seconds with good damage dealing builds. That's all we need. Here, yeah, definitely just all get around the chopper basically, and yeah, shoot the heavies especially first as they come out here. And yeah, I do foam them just for the extra damage from survivalists, 10% extra. I shall hang on to that. Alright, let's
See him.
Let's just play it safe here. We'll just deal with this wave first, and then we'll trigger the second phase. Oh, that was weird. Them bumping into me, actually. I'll go, you guys stay back here. Oh no, they're coming already. Never mind. And especially the heavies first.
One less to deal with.
With the modifiers as well, we actually have extra firepower. More than enough to make that difference. Let's go looting. Let's make sure we get all the crates, because all of those will be legendary skill too. So. Also, we only need to do that on our first run. This one's just clearing it up.
Need a solvent here. Enemy taking fire.
Just watch out for the snipers in the back. Alright, let's take the crate on the side. Let's not trigger the middle yet. So these are ready. Oh, step too far already, sorry. Oh yeah, the legendary one is a little bit closer, isn't it? Should just get that out right away. Oh, that didn't actually get who I wanted. Couldn't try to direct impact. I'm so used with fire cam to try to direct impact, and that kind of works out. But with foam, so often it just doesn't. Here we'll have a fight upstairs here with the warhounds. Tanya has a sticky if you try to hit them, otherwise we just deal with it. It's also what the healing is for. But also, if nothing else, I can whack them after enough rounds. And as I show on that, on the explosive warhound, one of the things you can do is that arm that the grenade launcher is on. That's a health hole. So you shoot them in that arm, it just goes directly underneath. Here we go. Let's push in. I'll let everybody kind of get set up. Especially kill that mini tank first. That mini tank is the most dangerous thing here. A little of this dangerous damage. It's nice. I'm gonna go around here. That foam and that heal and stuff will be enough for now. I'm gonna grab these shock rounds. I'm gonna use that throughout the mission.
It's too damn close.
That went on the roof for some reason. And I pulled out my thing late. But yeah, here I'm gonna use some of the shock rounds already, even more so. Just get these guys on the ground.
Serious trauma detected.
If we can, there's that cover.
System malfunctioning. System reactivated.
Yeah, it's a warhound. Oh no, we can push up. I think it's gonna be CC'd coming out. Let's move this up. Oh wait, what was it? Oh, sorry, I didn't see that way earlier. If you were trying to just slash join, that will never work unless I'm like matchmaking or set to open, and which I'm not ever. But yeah, the friends list. But yeah, we already don't mind. We already get some together. But then yeah, usually the better way is to, if you like give me your in-game name, I can invite you in, because that does work. Yeah. Still, yeah, just this version. I always forget. There's no second wave here, right? Yeah, like there's a second wave, but there isn't. Oh, you're set it up now. Nice. And in here, push in far enough, especially after the first wave, that you can shoot into that door on the second wave. Because we wanna spawn camp them basically. Also gonna put the healing kind of over there, although actually that's not where I wanted to put it, but it is what it is. Also gonna add a sledge to the door in a second. The only really dangerous thing out of that is going to be a heavy. I'm also going to add some shock to the mix, because why not? And that's actually one of the main reasons why we run Creeping Death, is when enemies are inside and outside of a door. I'm going to overcharge on the next room, because I'll have to. My hive went in a weird angle. And here, let's do the safe strats. You can either push up real hard and kill the heavies as they spawn, but let's hold back and just let the heavies come around the corner, and then we deal with them. And I'm gonna supercharge here already. I won't do much. Well, the shield will be invincible, so you can use your invincible shield, for instance. But also, actually, the MP sticky, if you can get them on the heavies. They won't get close enough, but it will disable their backpacks, but they're not gonna make it here. And I did it too early. I should have let them come around the corner a little bit more. If you can, don't chain them there. Let them come out, and then chain them basically there. But also, let's push into them. I have shock rounds on the other one as well, so okay. When it's last one. Nice. And that's gonna make all the difference in Legendary, is just having a little bit of cohesion and coordination. I'm gonna grab an extra grenade. Used a few. Yeah. Somebody else can open the door, then I can phone directly. And this room is pretty easy, it's just one wave. Definitely help that foam spread. And then just watch out for the right side. Let's go get that crate in the back. Also, for those interested in actually learning foam eclipsing and stuff, I don't have much on foam eclipse. I have a did I make a build showcase on foam eclipse? I think I did eventually, right? I remember like doing a legendary. Oh yeah, let's go upstairs. Let's go all the way upstairs. So don't stop until you're all the way up there. I'm gonna even put my hive down here, and then supercharge with it just to push us through. Just keep running.
You don't want to do that.
Till upstairs.
What the shit Gets in everything.
Nice. I'm gonna supercharge here to bring my hive up. And I just deal with the enemies as they are. There's one on the cross balcony on the right side, especially as well.
This angle is all bad.
And there come our friends. Have that. And sledge helps a lot there as well.
What the hell is this?
More hands. Where's that guy? Let's see. Oh, it's a mini war. Okay. Oh, no, mini war, not mini war. Mini tank. And the mini tanks I can't do much against. I could try to crossbow them, but usually by the time my crossbow lands, they're already broken. And let's definitely get the chest. Sorry. Oh, if you're not familiar, yeah, and you might like my build showcases then. Oh wait, had I looted that one? Already? Good, maybe. Oh, watch out that there's a wave here. Actually. As I forgot.
I got one right over.
I'm awake. Except not really. Because you're normally on invaded there is a wave, but on normal there isn't. Where's the warrant? Oh, he's dead already. Crates back here. Yeah. That's a common line for me. Just sometimes I'm not like that. Because I just haven't done DOA in a while, actually. Because we did a bunch of Roosevelts, I remember. Like last season, we did a bunch of capitals even, but not actually DOAs much. Oh, here especially the drone operator and the mini tanks need to go first. Prioritize them over everything else. Especially that elite one on the right.
Armor is almost gone.
Good kill.
Put him down.
Cow.
I kind of have to remember as well how to play this because I'm so not used to it anymore. Especially having the healing hive is a little bit... My brain is still kind of forgetting that the whole time. Well, there as well, what really does help is knowing all the spawns and such. Yeah, we'll try to push up as well a little bit because they don't spawn too much back, but just watch out for that mini tank there. It'll despawn. And yeah, no maxed out mods yet, but yeah, we have some stickies, good. The first wave here will be warhounds. They'll come out of that door. Actually, I'll open the door. If you guys can go deep, go get set up basically around that door. Also blow up all of the, yeah, all of those barrels. Yeah, that doesn't do that, but yeah, be ready for that back left door basically. And yeah, MP sticking the warhounds once they're a little bit out. I'm coming in now. And just EMP them to the ground. Yeah, nice. And watch out that the next wave is there's gonna be a next wave there, and then also from the other door. Let's make sure the sniper dog dies. First from that same door. And then the dangerous wave is in a second, which is from the right door, which includes 2 heavies. There's a 1 heavy, I don't remember. If you can't push in to finish off that guy. For a second there, I almost made a mistake there. At least one of the enemies has to step into the room. I foamed him before he did. Although, actually, I think he was that front heavy was already in the room, but he also they didn't insta die anyway, so like they do sometimes with some of the global events. So. Yeah, boss fight. I'll stick to the healing actually. We clear out all these ads, and then yeah, when the boss comes in. If you haven't done this, I'm gonna assume everybody has done it, but just also for people watching, especially you have to shoot the backpack until it gets destroyed, and we can get kind of close if you can in between as well. Chaining can be a handy thing to do intermittently. But yeah, we can get pretty close to him. We can just gather around him, actually. And just shoot him in the backpack, especially. Gonna wait for this one to jump down. There's the boss. Make sure all the other ads die first. I'm gonna put the healing right underneath him. But don't be afraid to be too close to him. I'm gonna stagger him out of stuff. I'm gonna even try to put the 8 shots on him. Just gonna wait for him to go all the way through that. Oh, yeah, now headshots. Yeah, once the backpack is off, yeah, should be cool actually. Then headshots. We went through that backpack quick, actually. That was nice. I even did the priority objective in the meanwhile. Oh, was that your first? Hey, well, congrats. Well, sadly no bighorn to show for it yet, but also actually, yeah, if you guys are up for it, I'd be up for going again.
Priority objective available, Agent.
And then on this one as well, we don't need to loot, so we can just go faster even. No risk it. I'm just gonna take that one. Doesn't matter if it's not this one. Oh yeah, if you want to switch tune as well for all of you, if you want to switch characters or having fresh loot or something, that can. Oh yeah, let me actually catch up because that was in there, of course. Oh, sorry, I totally missed your question there. It depends. So the buffs, especially the quick buffs that the companion can give with like this stuff, if you're kind of using them actively, this stuff is really strong. Plus also, yeah, you would want to take, I don't have the passives here, but you would want to take this command. I think this is like one of the best passives if you're running the companion. But yeah, that makes those even last 50% longer, so 15 seconds for a lot of these. And yeah, these are all pretty strong, especially just even pushing them into a cover, going like, hey, go into this cover, makes it a 40% reload speed for 15 seconds. But you need to be actively doing it. So it becomes a thing of like, do I want to actively deal with this? If yes, then oh, sorry. My team is fighting for Krampuses and I'm barely paying attention. Oh, it's actually, I got a tag vector there that is pretty decent. In my defense, oh, I was answering a question. Wait. I do have a tag vector here that's pretty decent. Somebody wants it. I've got enough for my own usage. Also, just in case, I don't know if anybody else wants to like foam. More so if you would like want to do it. Otherwise, I'll do it again. As it can be fun to kind of learn new ways. I guess everything's fine. Yeah, if we're all ready. And yeah, let's do the same thing.
Objective. Don't let anything stand in your way.
But even more so. Oh, did the title basin? Thing is, we're doing this one for the loot, actually. And again, make sure the mini tanks die first. I'm even gonna put sledge on them. Although I should. Did I just say and do that? Oh, sorry, I'm not paying attention. Did I just sledge mini tanks thinking that would help? I did, didn't I? I hope everybody would know that like the flaw there. Or at least kind of. For those not in the know, sledge is basically amplified damage to armor plates, which at something is still alive over there, which is a mini tank. Mini tanks famously do not have armor or armor plates. So me sledging them, well, it helped against like the purple guy that was there, but it wasn't really helpful against the rest of it. And especially focused on the heavies and their backpacks especially as well. In we go. Actually, on this first wave here, I'm gonna supercharge. I'll reset that hive, but also make it a little easier for me to foam. I should get my healing up way quicker though, I think. They are aggroed already, so they're coming. Just let them come. Because I hear we can push up and kind of try to kill them there. I should not take that corner from you guys. So I'll leave the corner for you. Did you end up changing characters actually, or no? I'm guessing you were meaning it for the leads. Oh yeah, then we don't indeed need to, because that doesn't reset.
It's too damn close. What the hell?
Oh no, but also we could get loot. Like, I mean, getting that loot is not. I'm not here to speedrun. I'm here just mostly hoping for some. Yeah, because yeah, the main reason we are here, it is gear mods, so it is hopefully going to provide us. Sometimes foam just goes nope. I don't want to.
Enemy near.
I'm stuck here.
Let's make Got a sledge.
An agent needs assistance.
I'm actually enjoying. I haven't foamed the clips in a while. Actually, one of the things that why, at least for myself, I don't enjoy legendaries as much. They're very fixed. The spawns are, there are some spawns where there's a little bit of randomization, but a lot of the spawns are very fixed, and it becomes more of a lot of it is the knowledge base, basically, on it. Let's wait for everybody to be ready. Went well enough. I've been there. You won't believe how many foams I've missed so far. Where's that guy going? Oh, you guys are getting all it. Oh, no, I should
What the hell is this?
get that out. Forgetting. Give them the shock rounds. Nice. So this time around I did get the, so yeah, these guys do have armor plates. That was the thing I was trying to do last time as well. And don't be afraid to push up here a little bit so you can have shots at the door, because I'm gonna catch them pretty much at the door. And there isn't too much dangerous stuff coming out. So those warhounds are the second wave. They can be a little dangerous, but the rest of it isn't. And here we can just do that, and then yeah, we just one person needs to go back to trigger. And there, I waited a second just to have the heavy fully come out, because nothing is. So one of the things with foam, especially, that you have to kind of watch out for is it is very easy to foam stuff in a spot where your allies can't shoot it. Much more so than, for instance, fire. And there I'm doing a speedrun strat, which kind of wasted, because yeah, we're not. But you can fast travel there for that. Compared to goods. I would say, I mean, if we're simulating goats, like, can there be a greater goat than a goat simulator? It is literally the goat of all goats of all time. I mean, can we fling a goat at these heavies? No, only fire cams and stuff and phone cams. I rest my case. Anyway, this is the same thing. Only when I should add a fire into the mix.
Engaging the enemy.
A little bit of sledge. I'll actually add a fire back there for another sledge. I'm gonna let them come around the corner. But they're all sledged, so there should be easy enough kills. Also have shock rounds. For those shock rounds earlier, they're really handy. So it's for stuff like this. I can just use it for hey, heavy, don't shoot my friends for 2 seconds. And yeah, last guy, we just push him. Yeah. But bones sometimes go to Narnia. Or the void. Or the warp. I haven't seen a maxed out mod yet, actually. A lot of close ones. No, I'm mostly just looking for a few crit chance or crit damage mods. This account, it doesn't have that many of them yet. So, but that's not a... Yeah. Also, you know, filling up for printer filament again. And then also, you know, we might see a 13 BFE. Not likely, but we might. Yeah, some boobs. Oh, yeah. Why not? And same strat all the way up. Don't be any good here. It likely would be, actually.
Vital signs critical.
Let's push through. Where's this Herber's coming from?
Agent down.
Somebody can get me.
Agent down.
And just revive me because I can give them back. Just watch out for wherever that air burst is, because they can finish us all off. Supercharge. Try that my healing's on cooldown for a few seconds. It'll be major hives are back, so. And actually for this, immobilize would be pretty good. The thing is though that, for instance, you would need it situationally, because yeah, when I'm missing my phones, not the boss, for instance, is going to have diminishing returns in a little bit. Meaning that, you know, he won't be foamed for all of it. There is stuff like that. It would be a little bit more clear-cut if we didn't have the diminishing returns on the status effects. I'm already... Wait, oh. Status effect on those guys. So you would need to run it as like one weapon with that, one weapon with something else. Let's get going. Although actually, let's wait for everybody to be here. Yeah. This time I'll remember to actually foam out here. Actually, it won't be worth it to follow that up. Wasn't there always a sniper warhound here? Wasn't that a guaranteed spawn? Guess not. And here again, mini tanks and the drone operators first. Especially because they're always the most dangerous things. Okay, take positions.
Stay where you are.
I agree, lady. Stay where you are. Oh, get this hat.
What the?
An agent needs assistance.
He's back up.
No, just so that drone operator on the right, really. And the mini tank next. Oh, that was the Krampus.
Think you can take me? Jesus!
I'll try my healings on cooldown a little bit. We used up a bunch.
Agent down.
I know what you had about pushing too far forward here. So there's a yellow box operator. He needs to scan you. Hmm, 11/8. I think I'm good. And I hear also same strat, although this time I'll remember to actually sledge. For the last time I could sledge. And if you can, kill the sniper warhound first, especially. But yeah, make sure also to blow up all of those. And this doesn't start until the last person comes in. That's why I'm kind of holding up the timer, and then I'll come in last. Get the healing underneath people, and then we sledge him as well. When you kill the sniper, it does that to the second wave, of course.
System reactivated.
Gonna hold my grenade for the heavies. Gonna let a little bit of this wave come out. Now watch out that the heavies are gonna spawn on that side in a sec. So we're gonna sledge.
An agent needs assistance.
They're actually opening the door, resets, but with just the Dan, we can just get it down. Oh. The rare going over the line and stepping back against fast travel, so that's resets it anyway. Oh, be in the gather zone. Well, actually, I think I need the timer now. Yeah, just pull me with the timer. Is that the door closed? I just did accidentally there. But yeah, you can just go over the line and just back, and then yeah, you get locked out. Like that. Usually it's actually a hard thing to do when you try to show it. There I accidentally just do it by... I'll let you guys kind of get into positions.
Hostiles on top of me! What the hell is this?
0 grenades, actually. Just let him get down all the way. Oh wait, there's still one enemy alive before the next spawn. There we go. Wait. It's way too early. Also, like we're not doing it to that degree, but for instance, in this fight with the named at the end, for instance, one of those places where killer, you know, once we've killed everything alongside of the heavy, leaving just the boss, there's nothing to kill for killer. All hands on deck on him. Backpacks off and onto just damage. I'm gonna just put the full on him. I'm just gonna wait till he actually gets up. So if I foam him too early, I'm gonna knock him out of that animation. And I might as well just let him do that whole animation, and then when he gets up, take him in. And hey, I get an extra toy for our Dear Constantine over there. I'll drop it over here because I'm gonna assume, seeing as you said that was your first legendary, and this being then your second, that you don't have that one yet. But yeah, feel free to take that one. But yeah, nice. Because that's a 10% rate, which actually is decent for legendary drop rates. Actually, or is it 5%? I always forget which one that's. But yeah, that worked out. And even with like us not per se like rushing or anything or speedrunning, 18 minutes there. There's also the difference between like, because one of the other ways you can do this mission especially is like going with like 4 strikers that are like maybe like 2 blue cores and PFEs and like shields or maybe mementos on top. You don't get this kind of times out of that, is the thing, especially. But yeah, let's go get cleaned up. And 6 headshot. Some PFEs I see. But yeah, 12s and stuff I think most of us will be good on. Interesting, I didn't see one maxed mod. Yeah, let's get back to base. Let's get cleaned up. I'm good on those mods. Anybody else wants some? And actually, I don't know if Present Party is interested in maybe doing Krampus. And then actually the bounty. Because I don't know if... Although the thing is, I don't really have... Like I have one bounty here, so I don't know if anybody else is kind of set up to cheese it. Because all you would need is like 2 characters that are bounties. Otherwise I can load up main account, but that would be maybe more of a hassle.
Nice to see you, Agent.
I'm gonna donate that one. And I got a doctor home from the... Oh yeah, if you have loads constantly and you're okay using them. No, no, donate first. Although it's just for 1 piece unit. Because in my case as well, I just have... Yeah, unlucky with the... Yeah. Although, well, that went like that. So we only also did 2. But yeah, let's go do Krampusen. So, is Krampus himself immune to hazard? Because I've barely done this guy. Because I think I'm gonna just go Fire Eclipse. Because guys definitely aren't. And I think having a Fire Eclipse in the mix would be good. You can choose this bounty, any bounty you can choose. The thing is with the bounties is if the character that started it doesn't end it, then if the character starts it and then basically leaves, the bounty will of course be available to the rest of the group, but not complete for that player if they like swap character.
Come on over and take a look.
But actually, Constantine, if you're okay using up, because also we're not gonna do too many. It's like half an hour or something. So we'll see how many we can get done in that time. But if you're okay popping one of yours, and then let's already start moving that way. Also, likely we'll get another Krampus squad here once we're out here. So we might get even more. Yeah, whenever you're ready. I'm gonna start moving already a little bit. Although, well, I'll hold here just because, yeah, we're gonna spawn a Krampus Lauf. So let's wait here. Let's see what this medic has. If you're okay, we're gonna stick with the team we have here. And then maybe in the future.
In some pretty heated debates, but this little ray of sunshine is moving out and onto bigger and better things. I'll miss you, Grace.
Oh yeah, no.
I hope you use that big ass brain of yours to bring more people together.
Trying to like memorize some of the trait names and stuff. Not fully there yet.
Nothing is going on here.
Oh, did they fix this? No, they didn't, right? No. This is so odd. They we're in the right patch, right? Yeah. Yeah, it's not that one. So this was normally this was that SHD operative patch. So this account being 10K, this should be with 3 skulls and stuff and like the thingies on there. I think all of them are now just this, right?
I did not join up for this.
All of them are just empty, basically. I don't know, let's get going. But yeah, whichever, we're gonna get a Krampus here. Most likely the second we come around the corner. Yeah, so already some there. Oh, second bandy. And a third bandy.
What's going on here?
As I shown this again, I don't mind getting up some keys. We need to get the apparel items collected. And actually, this account also doesn't have Eagle Bearer. So I wouldn't mind getting that. I do have Regulus, I do have... but I've just never really done Dark Hours with this account. I've always done it with other accounts. This might be name scripture, no? But let's get close to there. Let's wait for everybody to be here, and yeah, let's then deal with some Krampus. Oh, I went for the drag impact, didn't I? Yes.
That's one down.
Some random stuff back there. It would be amazing if we get one day of like... Well, the LMGs isn't bad, and also LMGs we have chances at exotics. Pretty decent chances at exotics. Loot up the area, I might as well. What is that? Our ally shooting? Yeah, companion. I guess we aggroed upstairs already. That's likely. Or did we? Oh.
Get back!
Oh, some shotguns still.
Serious trauma detected.
Get away, knife boy. Ah,
Agent out of mission.
it's just about to set him on fire.
Agent, target spotted.
Well, trying to. But these guys, yeah. These guys always aggro if shooting happens downstairs, which, you know, seeing as we're kind of emptying out the other wave. Mostly just looking for the new talent in between these, but also I wouldn't mind to need some LMG parts for future optimizations.
Let's push them back!
Oh, yeah. Which ad we've already pulled. Is Krampus flammable? Flambeable? Oh, yeah. Okay, fire on him is not going to do much from my end.
Hit him hard!
But indeed, dragging him out here, not the worst idea.
Target neutralized. Good work. I'm ready for you!
Honestly, I should have stuck with the foam clips.
What the hell? Target's in hiding!
That wouldn't have been too bad, actually. Wait, what? He just stopped in his tracks there?
Gonna put some fire into those reinforcements!
Agent down.
Who invited them?
Oh, does that actually scale numbers in group? Oh, that didn't. But it definitely does here, if nothing else. I don't have legendary resistances or anything.
Looks like you earned yourself another bounty. Well done.
Which is good. But just much more firepower might be actually a better deal here. So maybe I go that as well. Either that or combat medic to kind of give a little bit of survivability out. Watch out, Constantine, you're all alone, not there. The rest of us down
An
here.
agent needs assistance.
So. That's likely gonna give a Krampus laugh.
Control point identified.
Usually does. Wait, are these from the control points? I see red line. I send it. Oh wait, were we not in combat with that? Or we were already in combat with it? Oh no, we were. Ooh, yeah. The new talent. Unnamed group. Yeah, let's deal with this and then we'll double back to... Oh wait, that was a Sherman. We've been talking about earlier for open world. It's definitely something to be said for, especially the blinder Firefly. Because blind is really strong, and also it can go through a lot of stuff. I can't see if you're okay. Popping
Target is
another
near you,
one. Yeah.
Agent.
Be ready to die, motherfucker!
Oh, Krampus out here. Krampus life. Wait, did you get... Oh. I just make sure that you're in range. Krampus life spawning on the Krampus bounty almost. Oh. My frame rate is dying. I'm gonna do this while I can. And then try to load back in. That bugginess. That's odd. I hadn't seen it happen ever after, like just randomly like that. I'll jump back up on you guys.
Safe area.
Or I don't know if it was also happening to you guys, maybe. But yeah, the thing where just performance starts dropping and dropping and dropping.
Safe area detected.
Hopefully not the case now. No. I wonder what causes that. Because that's definitely a new bug they've introduced. Yeah, just a little bit. Wait, let me just quickly add this in because I'll forget. And then I'll be ready. Because also, yeah, in my world, this thing is just here. You know, we don't get to have a good look at these. Man, that's a terrifying thing, actually. Like, imagine this in real life. All the saw. Actually, I always thought it was just 2 saw blades. I guess I just never ever looked at it to this degree. But it's actually 4 saw blades. The more you bug out, the more you know. Yeah. Let's open up with a blind this time. One of the things with the blinder as well is actually it's pretty quick. Targeted more with it there, but I hope they fix that though.
They're in here!
That one's very annoying. dying and going insane. Up and away. One thing I would recommend is at least going into the room before engaging them. Trying to fight them in that corridor is just gonna make it a lot harder. But then also especially go up so that you have the high ground. And then
Got you.
shooting down makes it. Because in that corridor, yeah, if they're all kind of stacking up outside of it, it's gonna be painful. Because they hit harder than we do.
That's your target.
Might take that one just for tipping skills. Do want to make one on this account as well. Well, actually, I have one already for this account, so the other character. I actually technically have 2 characters nowadays on this account. Although the other one we still don't consider fully. Yeah. Let's get everything quick. Yeah. But yeah, that were already going. Just to get the full damage bonus on him. Do that. Even if he burns, yeah, 10% more. Curious to see. So, wait, does blind just do nothing against them? Oh, he's immune to blind. Other things. But he isn't immune to shock and everything, huh?
Target down. Good job.
At least he seemed immune to blind. Oh, Jack, the rest of the team is still looting and stuff, so. Because otherwise you're going to be engaging them huh? That's not going to end well. That's it, they're definitely already aggro to us. Where's the other one? Just do these 2 then.
Enemy near. Damn.
Agent down. Immediate medical assistance needed.
Nice. One left. Really? Oh, thanks for walking into it.
Thank you for keeping us safe, Agent.
And another winter key. How many keys am I up to actually? 7. Started with 2, so not a bad raise. Well, actually not as fast as like people were talking about as well. I guess that's why people are grinding this. I should go damage dealer as well. If he's immune to blind and stuff, yeah. Let's just have another full on. Guessing it's gonna be tank, right? So might be handy to Do this real quick. Maybe I should vacate the bounty area then. In order to pop the rest one. I'm just gonna pass on actually.
Hostile control point detected.
Target is near you, Agent.
Over there. Also in that order. So we have to start it from there, right? Or is there a start over here? Oh, from that side. Oh, yeah. Garage doors open. Yeah, but more importantly that we all go the same way. So we don't
In
get
here!
spread out.
Let's do this!
Those guys are gonna be with this fight. Although yeah, this side is a little bit more shitty. But definitely say we attack from that side. The next one. Sounds like there was no cover here.
I can't go on like this!
Critical.
Let's test that hive out. Because with normal bounties and stuff, it doesn't matter, but these guys actually hit hard. Should actually kill those guys so we get out of combat. Although, well, we're not gonna get out of combat here, but at least after the next one we would. But we need to kill our followers there. Or, man, let's leave it. They're so far away. The next one, let's come on from that other side. The other side is much more practical.
Let's drop him! Think you could take me?
See, my target might be better.
An agent needs assistance.
Three exotic components. Although iron lungs are good, but I have already.
That's the target, Agent.
I'm curious, is he foamable? Well, yes, if he's immune to blind, he's going to be immune to foam. I could swap build here, but I can't. He's up in combat. This guy just unloading. And yeah. Let's see, actually, is he flammable? No, he's worth his. He has heavy reduction. He has legendary style resistances. But for it actually works out because I can shoot him. Here though, I would want to have other stuff marked. I might actually just sneak in some marks here. Nothing else to...
Target neutralized. Good work.
Spread some. Yeah. Targets don't change until... It's always the same time, which is like in my local time, another 8 hours. Oh, actually, Cassie and Danny will be available. Oh, and Descent reset. Or Descent change rotation. You want to... Oh, and the Krampus Lauf appeared. Wait, what? Oh. Oh, they're out in the street. And they're getting special ammo ads, which likely is the shock rounds from Outcast.
Are you serious?
Negotiator is doing 3 target stuff like I'm doing here a little bit.
Looks like you earned
Does
yourself
actually a
another
lot
bounty.
of
Well done.
damage. I wonder if that Krampus Lauf despawned or... Oh no. That's... I guess not, because people are still in combat. Can't jump down. It's more often. Nowadays, Lexington outshines it by a decent margin.
Hostile control point nearby.
The entire control point there. Mad at this.
What? Are you kidding?
But I consider FAMAS like basically still one of the top weapons. Very much is. This guy's shock rounds, and that will hurt if that connects.
We can wipe them out.
Let's probably just leave these guys, right? Unless we want to spend the time here.
You're gonna regret this.
It's likely if we spawn one in, then we just go from the other side.
No.
So let's not go from the tunnel side. Let's go from the other side. Yeah. I mean, here they will, yeah. It kind of depends on where they're spawning in. It's going from this side, but also let's get far enough away that we're out of combat. But yeah, so we can heal in between. It's kind of nice. I don't know if you got it constantly, but we ran away. Guys, yeah, let's leave those guys. And then, oh, actually, he's oh yeah, his armor plated, of course. Is he one crossbow? Actually, let me go get a crossbow. We likely have enough gunners here. I could have just gone OD. That's a good point indeed. Because yeah, that usually works pretty well against. Did they ever fix that one, like the Parnell mission one, to no longer be easily cheesable in the way he was? Because he was just one crossbow. Because usually as well, names are usually two crossbow to go through their chest.
Agent down.
Or through any plate. But that master difficulty one was just even one. Wasn't even two. Hey, we're out of combat and we get to heal up. Although, most of us. I guess well, we won't do too many more. Some loot back there to get.
Hostile control point identified.
Junk, some few exotics. Yeah, definitely want to avoid that because yeah, those things are valuable later on when it comes to getting your items expertise depth.
An agent needs assistance.
I know we need. One thing we should do is actually, so there's the rushers. The rushers should be. You basically find a position where nothing else can shoot you and just burn down the rushers.
That's your target.
I don't need LMG talent anymore. You have that one. Evaded for what thing? Oh, for the Krampuses. Oh yeah, yeah, Krampus life. Yeah. Although I've seen them disappear without it saying that. Although sometimes as well, sometimes they just die. Sometimes they just die because they didn't get out of the door and stuff, and then. Although actually, I think then it says defeated, maybe even. Okay, so it's not a 1, but it's a heavy damage. So likely 2 crossbows would just instantly strip the chest. Ooh. I'm digging that.
I see her. Fuck!
There's many rushers. I know we should actually be grabbing those flame rounds as well. Just for a little bit of CCing. Also here I should be overdogs. Thing is, for Krampus himself, overdogs wouldn't. But if we just crossbowing him, that's fine.
Thank you for keeping us safe, Agent.
Because for this fight, overdogs by a large margin. This is all rushers and assaults. So maybe I do that. Let's go into a video coming out soon. So we'll be showcasing a yellow core concentrated company build. I'm gonna do we're gonna do an in-depth look, likely by next weekend. But that's gonna be an in-depth look, especially into the numbers and stuff. I am gonna include there's already in the build collection, I've made a turret drone hybrid and I've made a combat medic. We'll include those in the discussion about them. Both of those are 6-tier yellow cores, or 5 yellow cores and a technician for 6-tier. I'll get that one on the next one. Like that as well for me. I'm gonna do one more here. Then I'm gonna take my leave.
Hostile control point detected.
And then we'll come back to it tomorrow. Yeah, this way as well. I can go Lexi. I can also have something to stack with.
The target is nearby.
Let's go from that side. Oh. That one. But yeah, it's still gonna be a little bit. Because the next video is gonna be tipping scales build showcase, and then that. And then later in the season, I'm gonna do a build showcase. So yeah, with that in-depth look, I'm not gonna per se do too much gameplay or anything. That's gonna be for later on. I'm gonna just toss some grenades here so that the rushers have to run through them. Oh yeah, and overdogs is the play here. Because it's assault rushers and also decoys. It's all assault rushers and grenadiers. That's what that faction has anyway, and then tanks. It's going to be interesting in the 5 times XP week if we will still keep doing this. Because this gives no XP. That's the big downside of it. Like, we have gotten 1 proficiency cache to roll that. And that's likely just by accolades and kills.
Get away from me!
Agent down.
It's down. We can go chest striker, not that ACS.
That's the target, Agent.
Actually, Constantine, let me pull him. Because he's somewhere in the back, right? I haven't actually seen where he is, but I can pull him with a crossbow and then I can try to land the second one as he comes in. This is like a, well, he's marked, right? He's the marked target. God damn it. He's of course... Because that already does one. And then actually, if I land this one correctly, that'll be the 2. I think that's a land. No. But yeah, that kills him a lot faster. Yeah.
Target neutralized. Good work.
Good call. Where that was earlier. Doesn't seem like unless we, although we would know, even if it was the arm or something that we took out there, that would like that would still work to be fine. We would have seen some damage on him. Although maybe more so, like, I don't know, because yeah, some people haven't. Thing is also, if we're just farming it for, because we could do that as well, but we would need normal for that. Because honestly, if you're just farming this for keys, yeah, normal. Because it doesn't seem to be a. There doesn't seem to be a percentage to the from difficulty to the key drops, right?
Looks like you earned yourself another bounty. Well done.
But it'll be my last one. Yeah. I might actually try to farm up some of those. And also on this account, once I have actually a few normals on character 4 and a few on this one, I could just, yeah, we could cheese it that way. As I can swap characters. The other one is way weaker, but that doesn't matter. But yeah. Although, well, 100, like nowadays, yeah, a weapon from 0 to 30 is 90. So 100 doesn't. Well, I mean, it gets you a weapon. Yeah, that's better than no weapon.
Nice to see you, Agent.
But with some events, they've been throwing a lot of exotic, because for instance the last content creator stuff that we recently had, that was 45 per character if you just did day 1s and day 2s on everything. I'm gonna put this back to feature perfect before I forget. No, I'm already finished. Yeah, with those guys spawning in. Yeah, I also had like 3.5, 4 while we were doing them. But yeah, for me, it's gonna be that for. Oh, actually, how many keys did I get in total? Because I like before now I had 2, so 18 from that. It's not bad. They can get me. I'll wait actually till I. You know what? I'm gonna make a quick macro after the stream. Just let it run and just open those caches already and get the apparel, some of the apparel already. Also, yeah, in my case, they don't need to do it for me, but yeah, maybe if others want it. Dessert, yeah. Yeah, my stash, especially on main account as well, is kind of full. Although I've already cleaned up a little bit, so that has helped quite a bit. But yeah, if nothing else, I've gonna, we've gotten close to needing the needed amount for that, because this is definitely what I want. This patch is kind of extra what I want, and honestly, on this account, I wouldn't mind, getting maybe Eagle, but I'm also not gonna grind for it. Or she as well, as if I really wanted like dark hours exists. And could always find my way in there. But yeah, crossbow actually does help a lot with that guy. That shaves off, if nothing else, shaves off like a lot of damage you need to do to the chest. You know, you're opening some of those out, yeah. Actually, when you do it that way, does it actually just go in as a cache into this, or what is it actually doing? Or well, I can't, right? So it drops to the ground, but then how do you open it actually? Or does it just drop the item to the ground? Oh, it drops the item to the ground, so it's shareable. Actually, never mind. I deduced how it works. Yeah, it drops to the floor. Yeah. Oh yeah, that makes sense actually. Now that I was thinking about it, it just falls into it. Yeah. Oh, even if this inventory is full. Ah, okay. Oh, I thought that to be this inventory, but yeah, that makes sense too. I mean, yeah, I can't give it to you, so it drops it to the floor. I'm gonna guess they're gonna, yeah, that's gonna likely get patched out for the next one.
Come on over and take a look.
Because they do seem to want to crack down on that. Well, also, yeah, they should, because people were doing, you know, naughty things. And not just getting the bell ringer, but just actually naughty things. But yeah, I also don't feel the need to like open for me per se. I'm good on those. Because yeah, it might help somebody else maybe more. Oh yeah, let me in the background. I'm gonna go and find somebody already for us to raid before I round out here. Well, we got a few legendaries in. We got a few. Krampus is in on this account. Also, we did a ton on the build collection, which was nice. So yeah, character 3 is basically done. Character 2 and 1 remain. And also 2 and 1 already, like a lot of the builds have been. There's a bunch of new builds in there. There's a bunch of changed builds in there that have already been done. So it won't be much work left. So likely tomorrow, because yeah, today in the end we didn't do anything of the tipping scales. Calculations and stuff, because all I need is the calculation stuff, because I've ran enough tipping scales to know to know what I like there. But it would be nice to get a spreadsheet for it going, but also we can take a lot of it from the PTS one. Let's go and raid over onto Manny. As yeah, he's just kind of getting started, so it will benefit quite a lot there. Oh yeah, let me catch up here for a second. Yeah. Well, indeed, you're catching the end of it there, Melon. But yeah, thanks. First, I should say, Regulus. I mean, well, check if anybody else here needs them. Let's go, mind. Yeah, I already like Regulus. I'm fine on. So if you need it yourself or anybody else needs it. Also on Turmoil, actually, I'm good because I even have one in my stash still. Because most of the other things I'm here. Yeah, Tiny. If check if I think Constantine already has his, right? Because I know he's been doing a bunch of these. So, because yeah, from my end, feel free. Because also I have no, like I don't need a second in my case. So. Wait, no, what was that? Wait, what am I waiting for? I haven't. Oh, you got you got AB. Yeah. Although first, like, does nobody else need this? Because for me, like, this is like I already have one on main account. It's not like I don't have it. So if anybody doesn't have it at all, otherwise I will yoink it if nobody else. Okay, then yeah, thanks, Constantine, thanks, Vita. I'll yoink that as we can see there as well. It's even you guys can't, but yeah, it's actually my first one as we get the mods as well. Mostly on this account, yeah, I just never did the dark hours much. I think I have a few clears, but just didn't get a thingy. What else? Yeah. Oh no, they basically I just fill up their inventory and share. But yeah, I'll leave you guys to it though, as I'll drop ads because yeah, don't feel the need to like. Well, likely they'll be more useful for other people. I'm assorted for. Bell ringer is the LMG of this thing, of this event. Yeah. And indeed, but if you don't have one yet, feel free to take that one. I don't want to get one, but I'll likely get one. I don't want to peek if it's crit chance there. No, it's rate of fires there. But yeah, if you don't have one yet, feel free to take that one. I'll get my own of those. But yeah, gonna cut into this. Well, I see there's a second one. Was this one I was talent actually? Ignited. Yeah. Because I'll yoink one of them if nobody else wants any of them. But I'll likely just yoink the accuracy just in case I don't get one on this account, just to have one. No, Nemesis, I see. You know what, I'll yoink that bell, ring it in. Mostly just in case I don't get a better one. Okay, never going to use it. It has already shown that it's not for me. And if anybody wants this one, because actually I'm gonna put that one as my secondary. More good items coming out. Oh, oh yeah, getting sidetracked from ending it. Pretty sure I already have a good DTH one. Just gonna double check though, because if nobody else is taking that, I might. IG tipping skills is already on that other character, right? So I'm not sure if I. Oh no, it doesn't. You know what? I'll take that. I'll take that M249 if nobody else wants it. Just for backup weapon there. Slingshot and an enemy. But yeah, if anybody wants any of those, feel I'm good on all of those. The niceness of this account of just having one character, mostly. Sure. No, well, it wasn't the intention. I wasn't planning actually on, but on this account I'm kind of fine. On main account I also don't want actually anything shared to me that way. But I'm good on those. Then you feel free to, like, if somebody else needs it for extra character. Because in my case, I just mostly run this character, and this character already has one. So, yeah. No, I'm gonna like abstain for like it's not fully kosher this time around. Like last time it was just, you know, mechanics as intended. This time around, and I don't consider it fully mechanic. Although I'm not gonna like be against it. Also, for instance, I grabbed somebody that pulled an eagle bearer that nobody else needed, and on this account I didn't have any yet, so I'm not gonna say no to that. But also, yeah, I'm gonna, if you guys are okay with it, because I need to round that. I've been going another 15 extra incidentally. But I'll leave you guys to it to round out here.
You have left the group.
I know, feel free to take any of those. I'm good on. Honestly, the only item I was hoping to get out of this was already Eagle, at least for this account. Because the main account has it. But yeah. Let me catch everyone one last time. And the GG's all around. No worries. I mean, I benefited very much there.
Here to check something out?
For everybody. I mean, yeah. The thing is, like, I've already deconstructed dozens of eagle bearers like in year one. So I know that feeling. I mean, if you have too many, you just have too many. And yeah, GG's all around. Yeah, it was fun doing some legendaries there as well as we went. Oh, if you're in this chat, tell him not to, because I'm guessing Tickle is reading this way then. that is the but yeah, I'm already on timer for Manny as well. But yeah, we'll round out here. I'll be back tomorrow. Likely tomorrow. We'll see how it goes. I might do an afternoon and evening. We'll see how that goes. Otherwise, we'll do a long one evening. Not per se sure timing wise. Because I've been streaming a lot this week. I might need to do some work stuff. If nothing else as well, I need to do some photo sets. So we'll. Yeah. As I was fearing, yeah, hey there, Tickle. But also, yeah, actually, so we're gonna turn that boat right away around. As yeah, I was about to say goodbye here as well. That's why I was actually trying to round out a little earlier there. Because yeah, I need to go to bed as well. But yeah, we're gonna turn that boat right away around. That's right. Yeah. No worries. But yeah, we'll send both to Manny. Also, I'll tell him actually as well that most are actually coming from Tickle's side. But yeah, well, I should. Let's at least do. Let's at least do a shout out, of course. But yeah, thanks, Tickle, and much appreciated. But yeah, we end up ending usually around the same time. So I've been just extending it quite a bit. But yeah, also I can't stay much longer, so we'll send everybody off to Manny O'Critty, who's doing solo DUA. I think solo DUA, yeah. He's been on a warpath for 13 PFE, so that makes kind of sense. We'll start that timer going that way. And yeah, I'll be back tomorrow, likely, well, definitely in the evening. I'm not sure if I do an afternoon and an evening, or if we'll do a long evening one, starting a few hours earlier. And yeah, we'll continue on the build collection, work a little bit on the tipping skills, build showcase spreadsheets. Because honestly, either Tuesday or Wednesday, I want to record the build showcase, so we'll see how that goes. But yeah, thank you all for joining me. Thanks once again, Tickle, for the raid there. But let's double raid onward, basically, as we'll go and raid onto Manny. I'll be back tomorrow. Thank you all for joining me, and as always, have a good night.